Let's say the pledge this morning, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you had a good evening. Anything we need to take up this morning before we start? Ms. Hart? Ms. Merchant? Okay, great. Jury's back here. Ask them to join us, please. Thank you, Mr. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I can't believe seeing sweaters in May in South Georgia, but it's beautiful. It hasn't been some great mornings. Hope y'all had a good night. Anybody need to tell me anything? Everybody? Nobody bothered you? Great. All right, as we left yesterday, of course, the state was still presenting their case in chief, so we'll continue in that regard. Ms. Hart, call your next witness. Good morning. Mr. Hudson, before you're seated, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the evidence you're going to provide in the hearing of this case is going to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
So help me God.
Thank you so much. Please be seated right there. Give your attention to Mr. Rigby. Good look. Ready for testimony.
You will introduce yourself to jurors, please.
I'm Randy Hudson.
And Mr. Hudson, if you'll spell your first and last name for the court reporter, please.
RANDYHUDSON.
And Mr. Hudson, where do you live?
I live here in Ocilla.
How long have you lived in Ocilla, Georgia?
Oh my, since 1940-something years.
And what do you do here? What is your job here in Ocilla, Georgia?
I work for my son.
All right. And, and who is your son?
My son is Scott Hudson.
All right. And what do you do with your son, Scott Hudson?
Scott is president of Hudson Pecan Company.
And how long have you been working with Hudson Pecan Company?
We actually started Hudson Pecan Company back in the late 70s, early 80s.
And this kind of sounds like a silly question, but I need to ask you just for clarification. What do you do at Hudson Pecan Company? What do y'all do?
We buy and sell pecans through the company, and then we have several farming entities where we farm pecans, actually grow and farm pecans.
And speaking of farming pecans, are you familiar with a pecan orchard in Fitzgerald called Fitzgerald Farms?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with Fitzgerald Farms?
Well, Fitzgerald Farms is a very sacred piece of property that we own. It was originally owned by my dad and my uncle J.W. Hudson and my uncle Ted Hudson at one time. And then over the years, my dad bought out my uncles, and then eventually I bought out my dad and my two sisters.
All right. When you talk about your sisters, let's talk about it. Who are your sisters?
I have two sisters, Dixie Dukes and Suzanne Connor.
And talking about Dixie, what is Dixie's last name?
Dixie Hudson Dukes.
And does Miss Dixie Hudson Dukes, does she have a son?
Yes, she does.
And are you familiar with Bo Dukes?
Very familiar with Bo Dukes.
And how is Bo Dukes related to you?
He's my nephew.
Now, going back to Fitzgerald Farms and with regard to your nephew, I want to direct your attention back to October of 2005 and maybe some time before October of 2005. Now, that's a long time ago. Do you recall there being bonfires held out on the property out on Fitzgerald Farms?
Yes, I do.
And how was it that you came to know of bonfires out on Fitzgerald Farms?
Well, initially, just seeing the evidence of the burn, and then later on, Mr. and Ms. Dickens calling me and asking me to, if I could, to stop the kids from going out and partying and building a fire out on their property.
Now, you mentioned Mr. and Mrs. Dickens. Who are Mr. and Mrs. Dickens?
Well, Dr. and Ms. Dickens owned a farm that joined the Fitzgerald farm, Dickens farm. We had a very special relationship with Dr. Dickens and Ms. Dickens, Ms. Penny Dickens. And for years we had managed their orchard as a part of managing the Fitzgerald farm. They were good friends, very dear friends, and so we could speak very openly and plainly with each other about, you know, their needs and their desires.
Now, following you seeing the evidence of bonfires, did you speak with your nephew about that?
Yes, I did.
And what did you tell Bo Dukes about that?
I told Bo Dukes that they had to stop building fires up there. Number one, because it was disturbing Ms. Dickens and Dr. Dickens, and because at a later point in time they were burning some of Dr. Dickens' wood that he was cutting for Ms. Dickens.
Now, you talked about some wood. Where was that wood kept?
It was kept in one of Dr. Dickens' barns there on his property. There's two barns, and one of the barns he had literally filled with pecan and oak wood for Ms. Dickens. Dr. Dickens was diagnosed with terminal cancer, and one of his last desires was to leave her some wood to keep her warm. And I certainly appreciated and understood what he meant by that. And that was really one of the issues that instigated what came later.
Now, when we're talking about this initial location where you had noticed bonfires that you got on to Bo Dukes about, did you come to later find a second location where there was a fire on Fitzgerald Farms in your property?
Yes.
And,
Yes.
and where was that location?
It was located on the back side of property that was owned at that time by my dad. And it was built out in the area where there should not have been a fire. It was a pine forest. It was the fall of the year, and it would only a spark and those pine woods would have gone up in flames.
Now, when you noticed the fire back in that area by the pine thicket, did you speak with your nephew Bo Dukes about it at that time?
I don't know if speaking with him was exactly the right term. Let's call it a come to Jesus meeting, where I made Bo understand that there would not ever be another fire back in that part of the woods.
And you were familiar with where that was in the woods near that pine thicket, is that right?
Oh yeah, in fact, quite honestly, that area was very dear to me as well. Both my sons killed their first deer literally within 50 yards of where that fire was built.
Now, Mr. Hudson, I want to show you a series of photographs. Those being State's Exhibits 171 through 174. And ask if you'll look at each of those photographs, and once you've had a chance to review those photographs, if you'll just let me know.
Yes.
Mr. Hudson, are you familiar with what's shown in each of those photographs?
Very much familiar.
And generally, what do each of those photographs show? What do they picture?
Well, first it shows some of the most precious soil that ever existed to my family, first. But then secondly, it's a depiction of the Fitzgerald orchard and Dr. Dickens's orchard.
Now, with regard to each of those photographs, do they truly and accurately depict the orchard known as Fitzgerald Farms and the property that belonged to Mr. and Mrs. Dickens?
They depict that orchard at that time, yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I would tender State's Exhibits 171 through 174.
All right, any objection to voir dire?
No objection.
Thank you. Those will be admitted without objection. States 171 through 174 inclusive.
Your Honor, I would want to publish these to jury, but I think probably the best way is if I may have Mr. Hudson step down here so he can point out certain
Mr. Hudson, if
things.
you'll step down to that counter there. Thank you.
Mr. Hudson, I'm going to show this
Do y'all see
here.
anything? When you turn that on.
You'll see that. You can look here if you need to. And so if you need to point to anything, you'll just use your finger and point on this one. And it'll show up on screen. Mr. Hudson, if you will, on State's Exhibit 171 there, if you'll just tell us what, and make sure you talk to them so they can hear you. But on State's Exhibit 171, tell us what we're looking at there.
Okay, you're looking at both the Dickens and Hudson properties. Dr. Dickens's line would come approximately right through here on this orchard. And then everything that was north of that line, including this forested area, from this corner over to this field, back to this corner, and then back into here, was the property of my dad at the time.
Now, with regard to, now you in 2017, in fact in February of 2017, you actually spoke with GBI agents, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, when in the GBI agents, you allowed them to go back onto your property, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Now, did you, anything on this photograph where you, Mr. Hudson, let the GBI go into that area that becomes of importance for where the GBI went?
Significantly important.
All right, tell, if you will, show us those locations on this particular photograph.
Of course, initially our first meeting was here on the hill, which is not in the photograph, but ultimately I showed them a burn site back over on this ridge here.
Hang on just a second, Mr. Hudson. Y'all.
Your Honor, we got one you are having trouble seeing the screen.
Okay. Hang on just a second. Thank you. Y'all can reposition. Is that better? Okay. All right. Thank y'all.
Mr. Hudson, you were showing us a site that you helped show the GBI back in 2017. If you'll tell us where that was again so they can see and hear.
Yes. The site where I actually showed the GBI agents was back over on this ridge here, way in the back here.
Now, you had described earlier for us the first set of bonfires and then a second location from the second fire. This location, is this for the second fire or that for the first fire that you described?
It's the second fire.
All right, and that would be in the second fire that was around the pine thicket. Is that the one you're talking about?
It's a pine thicket back on an oak ridge, right. Certainly.
Mr. Hudson, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 172. And if you'll tell us about this photograph.
Okay. As you come through Dr. Dickens's orchard and drive back into the corner of this orchard that's on or is the Fitzgerald farm, the most significant fact about that is that my mother has a pear tree right there that my dad planted for her. That's the most significant as far as my family is concerned.
Y'all here?
I'm sorry.
Up, please, Mr.
Yeah, I was saying that there's a pear tree back in that corner. So I know this. I know this corner. We own a lot of acres of pecan trees, but in this corner, my dad planted my mother a pear tree, and so that's a very important point. But if you see, you can see the margin between the property on the right, which is owned by Mr. Ross, and the property on the left, that is our property. And you can see this line that goes up between that property going back toward the ridge where the burn was.
And State's Exhibit 173.
Here again, it's pretty much a slightly zoomed out, clearer version of what you just showed me before. Again, you can see the road here in the corner, and it's not a very distinct road. It's a pig path or whatever you may want to call it, but it's a path back over to the ridge leading to the burn site.
And then State's Exhibit 174.
This is a continuation of the other two images, and what this does is the road comes on out, it makes a slight turn, it goes back up to this location here, and at this location there's another exit that comes back that goes back over to the road that you come in on, but this is the location of the burn site.
Now, with regard to the particular burn site you're speaking of, what did you do? Did you talk with GBI about that location?
When asked the question about an unusual burn, I told them yes, there was another location where there was another burn, and so I told them about that site, yes.
And did you, as a result of that, direct them to that site?
Yes, I did.
All right, thank you. Have a seat. Mr. Hudson, have you cooperated in the investigation with the GBI?
Absolutely, unequivocally.
Have you ever did you know District Attorney Paul Bowden?
Yes.
Did you ever call Paul Bowden and ask for any favors for Bo Dukes?
Absolutely not.
Have you ever called me and asked for any favors for Bo Dukes?
I wouldn't know how to call you.
And Mr. Hudson, I believe you in fact have testified in a trial where Bo Dukes was on trial, is that correct?
Yes.
Just one second. Now, with regard to this location of Fitzgerald Farms, are you familiar with the highway that's kind of located off of it there in Bentonville County?
Yes, certainly.
And what is that highway?
129 north.
And 129 north goes what? I know it goes north, but I mean, what town does it go towards? What I'm trying to ask.
It comes out of Fitzgerald and goes to Abbeville.
All right. Now, with regard to that location, when you talked about that first set of burn sites that you got on to Bo about, are you able to see that location from the road from Highway 129?
Yes, you could, but it would be, yeah, you can see it. You can see it from Ms. Dickens's house, so yes, you could see it from the highway.
Now, the second location that you described in the photograph near the pine thicket, are you able to see that location from the road, Highway 129?
No, absolutely not.
Now, with regard to that location, that second location at the pine thicket, Did you also notice other items around that particular burn pile?
Yes, I did.
And what items did you notice around that burn pile?
There was trash. I specifically recall an Ultra beer can and some other stuff. And quite honestly, it was bad enough there was a fire back there, but to go back and throw trash on that land as well was also part of the, what led up to the confrontation that we had on that.
And the trash being part of the Come to Jesus meeting, as you referred to it with Bo?
Yes, certainly.
I don't have anything further this time.
Ms. Merchant, you can cross-examine.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Hudson.
Good morning.
Where is this property that we've been talking about located? In Benhill County?
Yes. Mhm.
Thank you, sir.
Nothing further? Nothing further? All right. Is that it, Mr. Rigger?
No questions. Have a-
Dr. Hudson, thank you for your testimony, sir. I won't excuse you at this time. You're welcome to stay. You can go. The only thing I'll ask is please don't discuss the testimony you've given here to this jury this morning with any other witness to the case until the case is concluded, okay?
So does that mean I'm not released?
No, you are released, but I don't want you to.
So I can leave town?
So you can leave town,
Okay.
right? Yeah. All right. Thank you. Call your next witness.
State will call Gary Rothwell to the stand. Right there, so I can-
Good morning, sir. Before you're seated, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give in the trial of this case is going to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you so much. Please be seated there. If you'll please then give your attention to Ms. Hart.
Let me get you to introduce yourself to the jurors, please, sir.
My name is Gary Rothwell.
And how are you currently employed?
I am retired from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. I have a consulting business that is really a loose term. I teach graduate school. I do some private investigative work, basically finding witnesses and interviewing for them for civil attorneys. I consult with a couple of vendors, law enforcement products, and I also do a little bit of contract investigative work for the GBI.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you retired from the GBI. When did you retire from the GBI?
In July 2012.
When you retired from the GBI in 2012, what was your assignment at that time?
I was the special agent in charge of the GBI regional office in Perry, Georgia.
Okay. And it kind of speaks for itself, but can you tell the jurors what special agent in charge actually does?
A special agent in charge is essentially the operational commander of a GBI investigative work unit. The work unit in Perry was named Region 13, and it was responsible for criminal investigations in 10 counties surrounding Macon and extending essentially down the interstate to the areas east of Tifton.
Did that include Irwin County?
It did.
And how long were you the special agent in charge at the Perry office?
All told, I think about 12 years.
How long did you actually work for the GBI prior to retiring?
Approximately 31 years rounded up.
And what different capacities did you work for the GBI in addition to being a special agent in charge?
Well, I was a special agent, which is basically the field investigator for many years. I began in narcotics, working in Atlanta. I wound up transferring to the Columbus area and working general investigations in an area that covered up to the near metropolitan Atlanta. I worked out of a drug office in Savannah. I commanded a drug task force in Lakeland, Georgia that covered 6 counties in the Alapaha circuit. And I ran our training unit, and I was also the GBI special agent in charge.
Okay.
And along the way, I was promoted to assistant special agent in charge.
Now, what sort of, outside of your experience with the GBI, what sort of education do you have?
I have a bachelor's degree in history from the University of the South in Sewanee, Tennessee. I have a master's degree from Columbus State University, and I have a doctorate in public administration from the University of Alabama in Tuscaloosa.
So you're actually Dr. Rothwell?
I don't have anybody call me that, except for maybe a student or two, but
Gotcha.
rarely.
Now, I want to direct your attention back to 2005. How were you employed in 2005?
In 2005, I was the special agent in charge of the GBI office in Perry.
And the GBI itself, can you tell the jurors a little bit about that agency, how it operates differently than perhaps our local agencies?
The GBI is what's known as an assisting agency. We have limited authority to initiate investigations ourselves. We have to be requested by typically a local entity, county sheriff, a police chief. There's some other statutory persons who are allowed to request our investigations, and then we call ourselves assisting when we get involved in a case. Many times that means we assume control of the case. However, the GBI is of limited manpower. There's only about maybe 225 agents in the state of 159 counties in 2005. So we rely on local agencies as force multipliers. So many times you'll have a GBI agent conducting an interview with a sheriff's investigator or a city police investigator or what have you. So we use, when we get involved in a case, we work it typically with the local agencies that requested us.
Now, 200-something employees may sound like a lot for somebody who doesn't really understand what you do. Going back to 2005, about how many employees did you actually have in your Perry office?
We were short-staffed. I believe we had only 8 sworn personnel and a couple of administrative personnel.
And tell us again how many counties that you were covering in 2005?
We had 10 counties for which we were responsible.
Now, specifically directing your attention to October 24th of 2005, how did you come to learn about the Tara Grinstead and the fact that she was missing?
I initially received a call from a retired GBI agent who was somehow related to Tara that was letting me know that she had disappeared and that I might be receiving a request from a local agency and asking that I please accept that request, because we do have discretion not to accept requests for investigations. And I believe even while I was on the phone, one of my agents that was responsible for Irwin County had received a Southern Link call from the Ocilla Police Department asking us to get involved.
Now, you just referenced a Southern Link call. For some of our jurors who may not know what that is because they're too young, can you tell them what you mean by Southern Link
Yes,
call?
and I try to avoid those things. A Southern Link was a communication device. We called it push to talk. It was a handheld, essentially a walkie-talkie, but it had the capability of reaching statewide, so somebody in one part of the state could speak as if they're on a walkie-talkie to somebody else.
And in this particular case, just to be clear, even if you had not personally received that phone call from the retired GBI employee, would this case still have been taken by the GBI?
Yes.
And in fact, the other agent did the other agent in fact receive that call from the local agencies themselves?
Yes.
And did he respond?
Yes.
Now, in addition,
That was Dominic Turner.
in addition to Agent Turner responding, do you know if any of your other agents responded to Ocilla, Georgia that day?
There were 4 GI agents in total who responded initially, which was a significant number given the size of our office. I actually had my crime scene specialist, the person that processes crime scene, was on leave that day, and I secured assistance from the crime scene specialist out of the Douglas office, which was nearby, and then I went myself, Agent Bill Baudry, and Agent Turner. So there was 4 of us initially to respond.
So back in 2005, how many crime scene specialists would you have had in your Perry office?
1.
And what was the name of that crime scene specialist?
That's Lee Dale Weathersby, or Lee Weathersby.
Okay. And I think we've already heard why he was out that day. Who was the agent, the crime scene specialist who was called in from Douglas?
Jeff Rossler.
Now, you indicated, or did I understand you to say that you responded to Ocilla as well that day?
I did.
And want to go back. Do you recall about what time of day it was when you got the original call?
I think it was around 11 a.m., sometime before noon is my recollection.
And then do you recall about what time you actually arrived in Ocilla?
Probably 2 hours later. It's approximately about an hour and 15-minute drive from Perry to Ocilla.
When you arrived in Ocilla, where did you go?
I went to the police department, which was in a combined facility with the sheriff's department.
Did you home of Miss Grinstead while they were doing the crime scene?
I did.
And did you go inside and assist them in any manner with the crime scene?
I learned a long time ago as a supervisor to only go into a scene if I'm needed. Supervisors are notorious for contaminating scenes, so I stayed generally outside. I had other things to do, and since we didn't have an actual body or evidence of an obvious crime, I didn't go in at that time.
Okay. Sitting here today, do you have any specific recollection of ever personally going into Tara Grinstead's home?
I think I did go in much later regarding another lead, and that was long after the scene had been released. That was a long period of time.
You've just talked about having the scene released. What do you mean by that?
When we process a crime scene, say a house, we limit access. So we control that crime scene. Typically, we have to secure a search warrant before we can begin processing it. And then, when we are done with the scene, we call it being released. That's when it's returned back to control of whoever may own it or reside there or what have you. When the search warrant is completed, and so subsequent entries to that house would be pursued with another search warrant.
On October 24th of 2005, what kind of investigation was this?
It was a missing persons investigation classified as a 25 case by in the GBI. Now,
from October 24th of 2005 until your retirement in 2012, did the classification of this case ever change?
No.
Do you know if there was ever an occasion in which Tara Grinstead was declared dead by her family or by a court?
I believe so, for civil purposes regarding dealing with her estate.
However, did that affect in any way the nature of the criminal investigation?
No, that was completely independent. That was a civil matter.
And at any time, if that occurred on the civil matter, again, did the GBI then begin investigating something other than a missing person?
No.
Now, I want to, again, direct your attention back to October 24th of 2005. If you can, tell the jurors what sort of things were you and your agents doing that day in reference to this missing person case?
Well, initially we had the scene, which needed to be secured and processed. A neighborhood canvass was conducted. A neighborhood canvass means going and knocking on doors and speaking to people in the area, in the vicinity of the incident in which you're investigating. There were some immediate witnesses that needed to be interviewed, so that was done mostly either on site or at the police department. There was also cell phone and landline, what we call landline, wired telephone communications that we were trying to secure to find out who Tara may have been speaking with, at least in the immediate time frame that we were dealing with. And
Okay.
I did a lot of that myself that night.
So before we get to the phone calls, I want to ask you, did you have an occasion to speak with any potential witnesses yourself that day?
I did.
And who were those potential witnesses and or persons of interest that you spoke with that day?
When I arrived, I recall walking into one of the investigators' office, and Dominic Turner was interviewing Maria Hewlett. Maria Hewlett was a close friend of Tara's. I even think she had Tara's cell phone and received a call while I was standing there, or something to that effect. But when I arrived at the police department, I saw a local sheriff's captain from the jurisdiction in which my office is located, Heath Dykes. That immediately signaled to me something I needed to check out. So I interviewed Heath myself immediately.
Now, to be clear, did you know Heath Dykes before that date?
I knew Heath Dykes professionally. I did not know him.
The presence of Heath Dykes, why was that unusual to you amongst all the other law enforcement?
He was outside of his jurisdiction, and I have some experience, and this was a young lady that had disappeared, and I had some suspicions about why he might be there.
Okay. Now, I don't want to go into any details of what Heath Dykes told you, but were your suspicions ever confirmed or dispelled?
They were confirmed.
And throughout the course of the investigation while you were involved, was Heath Dykes ever uncooperative in this investigation?
No.
Did Heath Dykes ever conceal from you the nature of his relationship with Tara Grinstead?
No.
Did Heath Dykes provide you with phone records for himself?
He did.
Did Heath Dykes provide you with equipment from his office in Perry?
Provide equipment.
Computers or anything else of that
Oh,
phone?
you're talking about for us to analyze?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Did Heath Dykes ever consent to having his DNA drawn or his DNA swapped?
He did.
And to be fair, during the course of the time that you were involved, was Heath Dykes ever taken out as a person of interest in this case?
Well, we didn't typically use the term person of interest, but we could not exclude Heath Dykes or anyone else as possibly being involved in her disappearance. We had nothing to support charging anyone, but we had no way, since we didn't know what happened to Tara, to exclude anyone.
Okay. You said you don't usually use the phrase person of interest. What would you have used?
I usually use witness or potential offender. I don't use the term suspect or person of interest. It's just a personal thing.
So I guess let me just ask that more plainly. Was Heath Dykes someone who was investigated as possibly being responsible or involved in the disappearance of Tara Grinstead over the years?
Yes.
Was he ever uncooperative as it related to that?
No.
Was he advised or made aware of the fact that he was someone who was considered a possible suspect?
Yes, he knew that he was being considered as possibly being responsible.
Okay. Were there other persons throughout the years that you were involved with this case who were also considered potentially involved in or the cause of Tara Grinstead being missing?
There were many persons that, this was possibly an interpersonal crime if it was a crime, because we certainly considered the possibility that this was a criminal act as opposed to a voluntary disappearance. So the first thing that you do are look at people that have close relationships with that person, romantic relationships particularly. So there were several persons that we had to pursue immediately to try to establish their alibis and their relationships with Tara and see if we could develop with any evidence to support or refute any involvement in her disappearance.
Can you tell the jury who at least some of those persons were?
Anthony Vickers, Marcus Harper, Rhett Roberts. There were several along the way that we looked at.
What about Joe Portier? Was Mr. Portier ever looked at as someone who could possibly have had either be responsible for or had a hand in the reason Tara was missing?
Yes.
Now, you referenced earlier that you kept the idea of this being a criminal act open. So my question to you is, was there any true evidence back in 2004 that this was in fact a crime that had occurred at Tara's house?
There was some circumstances that led us to believe it could have been a crime. I mean, there was certainly that.
Okay.
We just couldn't rule out any other possibilities.
During the course of your investigation, did you come to learn about an incident with Tara in which she had essentially a breakdown on the side of the road and people had to come and take her back home?
Yes.
And did you learn if that had occurred in close proximity in time to when she went missing?
Yes, I think it was just a week, couple weeks at the most.
Did that inform your investigation as well?
Well, we knew that Tara had some emotional issues, and that certainly lent support to the possibility that she might have disappeared temporarily on her own.
Okay. But again, did you have any solid facts to prove that had occurred?
No.
Now, you mentioned earlier that you were mostly in charge of obtaining cell phone records in this case. Is that what I heard you say?
When I arrived at the scene, I immediately, after going to the scene and going to the police department, I conducted the preliminary interview of Heath Dykes, made arrangements to debrief him in depth in a better setting, and then began making telephone calls to the various phone companies to try to secure immediate phone information to find out who Tara had been speaking with or who had contacted her by phone. She had a hardwired phone in her house, and she had a cell phone, which was, I believe, what we were trying to pursue at that time. Typically, if I may go on, typically to secure any kind of phone records, it requires a court order or a search warrant. That means approval of a judge. In exigent circumstances, the phone companies will provide that information by phone if you are able to convince them. So that is what I did that night, was try to get as immediate information as we could about any contacts Tara had over the previous 2 or 3 days.
However, after that, did either you or your agents also go through the process of securing more detailed records of both of Tara's phones?
Yes.
And what about other people? Were other people's phone records taken at that point?
Yes.
Any idea how many people's phone records were seized or received over the years that you were involved in this investigation?
Probably a couple dozen. There's a number that was compiled at some point, but I haven't seen it recently.
Okay. To talk specifically, do you know if Marcus Harper's phone records were ever taken?
Yes.
Do you know if, and I'm saying taken, I guess the better word would be received, what about Rhett Roberts? Do you know if his phone records were ever received?
I believe so, yes.
Anthony Vickers?
Yes.
And you mentioned earlier also, obviously Heath Dykes, did you receive his phone records?
Yes.
And as it relates to those phone records, did you also become aware of whether or not any of your agents had looked into Tara's home phone as it references, in regards to her, what we then called caller ID?
Yes.
And did you personally do that yourself?
No.
However, as part of this investigation, were you familiar with those records?
I was.
And also, were you familiar with whether or not there was a recording of the incoming answering machine messages from her home phone?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. On the screen in front of you, you should be able to see this in just a moment. States Exhibit 133. Are you able to see that?
Yes, it's a little washed out, but I recognize it.
Okay, let me see. I may be able to help. Is that worse or better?
Yeah, I mean, I can read it.
Okay. So looking at this particular exhibit that's already been admitted, again, are you familiar with what is represented here?
I am.
And this particular document that you're looking at, the information that's contained on it, is that information that was used throughout the course of this investigation?
Yes.
Okay. I want to direct your attention specifically, I'm going to move this up, to state's exhibit, on this exhibit, line 30. Can you see that line?
Yes.
And are you familiar with that particular phone call?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that phone call?
That was a phone that kind of stood out to us because it was unusual. It was North Coast Pay. It suggested it was a payphone calling our house.
Okay. And were efforts taken to get the records for North Coast Pay as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Sure. I've shown these to opposing counsel as well, but I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 147, 139, 138, 180, 140, and 167. You can take a look at each of those for me and let me know when you've had a chance to look at all of them.
I'm familiar with all these.
Okay. As to each of these exhibits, are they exhibits that were, are they information that was either gained through your investigation or was produced as a result of other information?
Yes.
Okay. And as to each of these, were they contained within the case file?
Yes.
And as to each of these, are they true and accurate copies of what was contained within that case file?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender into evidence State's Exhibits 167, 147, 140, 180, 139, and 138.
All right, any objection to board as to any of those?
Yes, Judge. We object to the admissibility of Exhibit 140. Those are the records from payphone. They're
I see
not
that
properly certified with an affidavit attesting to their accuracy. So they are hearsay and they are not admissible.
There was one attached to that, but I will get the other copies of it. They have been certified, Judge, and that certification has been provided previously to defense counsel.
Only to 140 was that objection applicable,
Yes,
right?
yes, Judge.
Thank you.
Just a moment, Your Honor. I do have that certification. I'm not sure why it wasn't on the back of that. Email that was provided to defense counsel. I'm not sure why it wasn't attached to the actual exhibit.
Okay, anybody need a break? Okay. Good time to stretch if you need to.
And again, I apologize. I will have this printed and attached, but I am showing opposing counsel the actual certificate of authenticity that was completed back in 2019 and served on them in 2019. As to those records, I can show the court as well. I'm not sure why they weren't attached to the exhibit. I apologize.
And Judge, all we see from here is the actual affidavit. I believe this might have been attached to a separate set of records. So,
No, here's the email in which it has both the records and the certification. And in fact, the other certification that the referencing judge has a number at the bottom of it. This certification does not. I can scroll
You
down.
want to see what I'm doing? Or you borrow it, it's fine. You're welcome to take a look. I want you to pull that out.
Do we have a?
That out in just a moment. We'll do that at the break. For the time being, your objections overruled. We'll supplement the record with the certificate I viewed on the screen.
Thank you, Trish. And again, I apologize. I'm not sure why that wasn't
No problem.
on there. Okay. Let's start first with.
One other thing for the record, 167, 147, 180, 137, and 138 are admitted without objection.
Thank you. Now, Agent Rothwell, in securing these particular records, when you got Ms. Grinstead's records in particular, did you only get October of 2005?
Well, initially we focused on the immediate days, and then when we secured the phone records with the court order, we extended to a longer period of time. I can't recall, it was beyond October.
Okay. Now, we've just had a chance to look at this particular North Coast pay. And again, just so we're clear, what was the time at which that particular number came into her caller ID?
The caller ID recorded it at 9:26 a.m. on October 23rd, which was Sunday.
Okay. Now, I'm going to display for the jury and for you State's Exhibit 138. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 138? Sorry, trying to get it where you can see what it is. It's difficult. If you don't mind, Judge, could I have him step down here because he's not going to be able to see the very top of it?
I think I recognize what
Okay,
that is.
what do you
I just need to look at the top. It looks like what's many people call detail records, or as we used to call them, verbatims, but basically the phone activity on Tara's landline. That's her wired telephone into her house.
Okay, and this number that we see at the top here, try to pull it down, 229-468-8478. Do you know whose number that was?
That is Tara's landline telephone, her house phone.
Okay, I'm gonna direct your attention back to then. These calls that we see from October 23rd of 2005. Can you point out for the jury where that North Coast Pay record exists on Tara's phone records from 2005?
It wasn't captured in those local call detail records.
Why would it not be captured?
Call detail records are not reliable insofar as capturing all calls or capturing all calls completely. As you can see with the asterisk notated after the prefix, is a default prefix there to some Fitzgerald number, I believe. They're all completely dependent on the capabilities of the switching system used by the phone company. The phone company responsible for this was Alltel, which has previously been GTE. Typically in rural areas, those switching systems don't capture local calls very well. Phone companies make their money on long distance calls. Back before cell phones, long distance calls are what they track. So their equipment was designed to capture those calls. Local calls were not revenue calls, so they did not really capture them. Some systems were better than others. As I said, in my career, we relied on local call detail records in investigations before the era of cell phones.
Now, the capture of cell phone records of this nature, are those different than what we would get when we had home phones?
Yes. Before the cell phone became universal, everyone had a hardwired phone, a landline phone that was typically billed by the phone company. Local calls were free. So you received your bill, you just were charged for your phone service. Where you received more charges was if you made a long distance call. So typically, when you got your phone bill, you wouldn't see any of your local calls as you do now with a cell phone bill.
Okay. So, for example, showing again states 133 at the bottom here of 10/23, 8/23, that phone call. Do you see that phone call?
I do.
Through your investigation in this case, do you know whose phone number that is?
Yes.
Whose phone number was that?
That was the cell phone of Heath Dykes.
Okay. Do you know why it says packet switch or whatever that was, the rest of the word was going to be?
I do not know why it recorded it as packet switch. That was the signal that was sent from that phone to the caller ID that was on receiving phones. I really do not know why.
Okay. But again, looking at, I'm going to show you what's already been entered as State's Exhibit 136. And we were looking at, again, 9/26. Does there appear to be a phone call that is a voicemail message on her answering machine that is close in time that would have come from Heath Dykes?
I'm not sure I caught the time of the previous call that you referenced.
We were looking at 8:23 p.m.
8:23 p.m. Okay, yes.
Okay. Are there any calls that are made in the time frame of 8:23? Yes, 8:23 p.m. And again, it doesn't have to be the exact time, but I guess my question is, do you see any calls from Heath
I
Dykes?
see 7:34 and 9:07. I don't see 8:23.
Okay, looking at 9:07, reading that, if you can read through that and tell me, based on your recollection, is that gonna be a call from Heath Dykes or somebody else? And if you need to hear it.
I know, yeah, I recognize that.
Okay, who did that call wind up being from?
That was Jim Hickey, I believe.
Jim Hickey. Okay, so maybe that would be the better one to look at. So what time do we have that call from Jim Hickey coming in on the answering machine?
I think that was 9:08 on the answering machine, 9:07 on the caller ID.
Okay.
I'm not sure, I have to look.
And then again, do we see that same call here on the?
Actually, it is 9:07, excuse me.
Okay, so then let's look at the actual call detail itself. Going back to, and again, I'm asking you to remember a lot of things, I know. So this particular number, 678-592-4946, was that a number that you were able to associate with a person named Mr. Hickey back then?
Yes.
Okay, so then moving to the call detail, again, do you see a call that would be in the time range of 9:07 p.m.? And again, if you need to step down here to look at these phone records, that's
No,
perfectly
I
fine.
see it, that's where the 9:08 came from. Yes, I see a call from that number that in the call detail records, it's 9:08.
Okay, and looking at this, does this particular phone call actually show the correct phone number?
Looking at it here, it says, it looks correct, but I can't tell if that's a 6 or a 4. It's 678, it's correct.
Okay, based on then, and I'm going to go back to States 133, based on the caller ID, was there a call before and after that was captured on her caller ID, before and after Jim Hickey's call?
Yes,
And who made those particular phone calls?
Heath Dykes.
0253.
That's correct.
Do you also know that again Heath Dykes was leaving answering machine messages during this entire time?
Yes.
Now show me on Tara's home phone number where we see that number 478-338-0253 captured.
We do not.
Okay. So if it came in on a caller ID and it's clearly leaving answering machine messages, why would it not show on her call logs from the actual or from the phone company?
Because the phone company switching system wasn't capable of capturing the local call or the call from Heath Dykes accurately.
Okay. Now Heath Dykes in that particular situation, would 478 have been a local call?
I'm not sure I can answer that question. It's a 478 call from the prefix. I'm not sure where the prefix is, but it was a cell phone call.
Okay.
I don't think it would be considered a local call, like a number from Ocilla calling Ocilla.
And in fact, looking at her call for her phone records, do you see one single call on October 23rd, 2005 from any of Heath Dykes' numbers?
No.
However, based on the answering machine messages, do we know that Heath Dykes did or did not call her on that day?
We do.
Okay. And in fact, do we know if he called her once or more than once?
More than once.
So I guess my question then is, the fact that that particular call did not show on Tara's phone records, but showed on her caller ID, did that concern you as to whether or not someone actually called her from that number, or from that payphone? Did it concern you?
Overrule that objection.
Did it concern you as to whether or not someone actually called her from that payphone?
No.
Why?
Because we knew that the calls captured in the local call detail records were not necessarily going to capture all calls or capture them accurately. The caller ID indicated that a number sending the signal of that specific number had communicated with Tara's phone and transmitted that number to the phone. So a phone with that number called Tara's phone and it was recorded under caller ID. I can explain how that works.
Please.
Caller ID back in those days was essentially an analog system. It was much like a fax machine or a modem, if you remember dial-up modems and the noise that they make. The service is dependent upon the capabilities of the initiating phone and the receiving phone. They both have to have caller ID that is compatible with each other. The initiating phone will send a signal to the receiving phone indicating that information. That signal is typically sent between the first and second ring. So if anything interrupts that communication of that signal, that call will not be recorded. So if somebody picks up the phone too early before the signal is completed, that call will not be captured on caller ID of the receiving phone. So the fact that caller ID is not present on every call doesn't mean that a call wasn't made.
Now, turning to State's Exhibit 140, can you tell the jury what we're looking at there?
That is the cover sheet of the billing records for the North Coast Pay, which would be the 468-4175 number.
Okay. And is that the number, the 468-4175, that was actually captured on Tara Grinstead's caller ID?
That is the number that appeared on her caller ID, yes.
Okay. When you obtain these records, can you tell us the address that's listed here, Cleveland, Ohio? Is that where this payphone was actually located?
No.
And how do you know that?
So I visited the payphone and we knew what the number was. We knew where it was located.
468, and again, most folks probably know this.
That's a billing address, I believe, that you're looking at.
229-468. What exchange does 468 respond to as far as a location?
I believe that's Ocilla exchange.
Okay. You said this, you believe it was a what?
That's a billing address because the payphones predominantly at that time were not phone company owned. They were privately owned, and those owners made money off the usage of those payphones.
Okay. Here where it says CO Swifty Mart number 231, what is that?
That is going to be the company that the Swifty Mart, I guess, is the owner of that store officially. It was referring to the G&G Mart is what we call it on 129 in Ocilla.
Okay. And you said, did I understand you say you've personally been there yourself?
Yes.
And where is this particular store where this payphone was located in 2005? Where is the store?
I haven't looked at a map, but Tara's residence was just a couple of blocks off of 129. So if you go east on 129 and then you go north, east on Park to 129 and go north, the Swifty store is on the left-hand side, just a couple of blocks up.
And in fact, from where we are here in the courthouse, is the Swifty Mart even closer to us?
It's closer, I believe. I came in the other way and it's been a while, but I think we could almost see it if there weren't obstacles.
And back in 2005, when you went to that location, was there a payphone there?
Yes.
And did that payphone correspond again to this particular phone number, 468-4175?
Yes.
Now, moving further into these records from State's Exhibit 140, I've already put it out, that's fine. Looking specifically as to October 23rd of 2005, were there any phone, let me move it over a little bit, I apologize, it's hard to see on the edges. Were there any phone calls that corresponded on these phone records to the call that came into Tara's caller ID?
Yes.
And do we see Tara's phone number dialed on this particular document?
No.
Why don't we see Tara's phone number dialed if that corresponds to her phone number?
What we see are a combination of phone calls to directory assistance under one heading of call number 141.
Okay, so let me ask you then, when you say directory assistance, what do you mean by that?
Again, before cell phones and internet, people who did not have the number of the person to whom they wish to call could call the directory assistance. They could dial 411, or they could dial the area code in 555-1212, and that would take them to either an operator in the old days or an automated operator that would ask the number of the person and the location that you were trying to reach, and then it would search the directory for listed calls, and it would provide the number, and then oftentimes it would give you the option of completing the call for you for a charge. So that was called directory assistance, and then the latter we typically call 411 Connect, meaning that you called directory assistance made the call for you to the number you were trying to reach.
Okay. And I heard you say something, I'm going to clarify if I understood you correctly. When you would call 411 or directory assistance, did I understand you to say that you had to give them the phone number, or did you give them a name?
Well, you would give a name of the person you were trying to reach and the location that they were, and then they would search the number for you. Okay. And when you received these phone records from North Coast, or from the carrier of the phone for North Coast Pay, this particular number, 555-1212, you've just mentioned that, but based on your years of experience, were you familiar with that number? I knew what that number was when I saw it, and then I dialed the other number.
Okay. Now, prior to the 411 shortcut being put in place, did directory assistance exist before we dialed 411?
You used to be able to just call the operator and ask for directory assistance.
Okay. And you said you called the other number, is that what I understood you to say?
I did.
And that other number, don't tell me what anybody said, but did you reach someone when you called it?
I reached an automated message indicating that it was Alltel directory assistance.
Okay.
It's now Windstream, if you call it.
This information, with everything combined, the caller ID and the payphone record showing a directory assistance call, was that of any importance to you in your investigation?
It absolutely was, because it was confounding.
You
We
explain
had
that.
all these people that we were looking at that were close to her, and they all knew her phone numbers, and they all communicated with her by phone. And yet on the Sunday after she is last accounted for at 11 o'clock the night before, we've got someone calling 411 and calling her house, basically using 411 to call her house. It means someone most likely did not have her phone number, sought her phone number to call her house for some reason. So it really threw kind of a wrench into all the competing theories about different persons that were being scrutinized.
Okay. Look, when you observed Marcus Harper's phone records, did he appear to know Tara Grinstead's home phone? Was it in his phone, or did he know it off the top of his head?
Yes.
Okay. What about Brett Roberts? Did
Yeah.
he know her home phone number?
Yes.
What about Anthony Vickers?
Yes.
Okay. I want to show you what has been admitted as States 167. Scooch it down some. Can you tell the jury what that is?
That's a master list of contacts, I believe, compiled between Tara's cell phone and home phone, as far as the addresses that were stored.
Okay. So to be clear, this particular document, is that something that was found in Tara's home, or is that something that was compiled by the GBI?
That was generated by our intelligence unit based on the phone records submitted.
I want to look specifically, and I guess let me clarify first.
What's that exhibit number again?
States Exhibit 167.
Thank you.
To clarify, did you say this came from her home phone or her cell phone?
I thought it was a combination of both. It's
Okay.
a master list of contacts.
That was my question. So as to each of these persons, is this someone that Tara had at least some sort of an identifier and the number saved?
Yes, it had whatever name that she chose to store those phone numbers under, that's what name is, those are the names that are listed.
I'm going to show what's been introduced as State's Exhibit 180, and this is rather dark, so tell me if you can't see it, but do you recognize what 180 is?
That's a cover sheet for the phone records pertaining to Anthony Vickers.
And looking at this, are you able to tell the jury what phone number these records corresponded to back in 2005?
229-425-9271 was the number subscribed by Anthony Vickers.
Okay. Going back to State's 167, do we see that particular number, that being 425-9271, on this record anywhere?
Yes.
And what name did she have Anthony Vickers saved under?
Vinnie, V-I-N-N-I-E.
I want to direct your attention to page 2. Well, before I ask you that, are you familiar with an incident between Anthony Vickers, Tara Grinstead, and Heath Dykes that occurred here in Ocilla prior to her going missing?
I am.
And were you familiar with that before you began your investigation into this case?
No.
However, as part of your investigation, at some point, did you have an occasion to speak with persons who responded that day?
Yes.
Did you also at some point speak with Heath Dykes about the incident?
Yes.
Did you or one of your agents speak with Anthony Vickers about the incident?
Yes.
And then have you had an occasion at some point to actually read the police reports related to that?
I did at the time.
Okay. So I don't want to go into any details about what people told you, but do you recall the month or the date in which that incident occurred?
I believe it was like March the 20th of 2000, March the 30th of 2005, anyway, late March.
Okay. And when was it that Tara was reported missing?
October the 24th, 2005.
So we're going to look at page 2 of 9 on Exhibit 180 that you've identified as Anthony Vickers records. These highlighted phone calls, can you tell the jury what those are?
And those are calls between Anthony Vickers and Tara's cell phone.
Okay. And are those Anthony calling her calling Anthony?
I believe it's both.
Okay. And in fact, if we look at the top, do the titles of the columns tell us whether it's an incoming call to Anthony or an outgoing call that he was making?
The CPN is the initiating number,
Okay.
the number that made the call, and the called number is the number that received the call. I believe, without looking at the definition, I'm pretty sure that's correct.
Okay. So then moving down again, based on that, on October 17th of 2005, the phone call between Anthony Vickers' phone and Tara Grinstead's cell phone number, who made that call?
Well, there's 3 calls that were initiated by Tara's phone and 2 by Anthony Vickers, it appears.
And moving forward, or actually I guess it was back in time, it's page 5 of 9. Now on this particular day, October 9th, can you tell us again, did Tara Grinstead call him at any point that day?
Yes.
And to be fair, did he call her as well that day?
Looks like he called her most of the times, but there is one where she called him.
Okay.
I think the page moved, but I believe that's what I saw.
Sorry, yeah, when I move it, it's a little...
It's
Okay, and I wanted to make sure, may I approach you just a moment, Judge? Sure. I'm going to show you that, just so that can refresh your recollection, this explanation form of what each of the columns mean. If you'll take a look at that for me, and then I'll ask you some more questions.
probably need to leave this up here.
I probably had an extra copy for you. Actually, I know I do.
Yeah, I think I can manage. I've seen this and I've looked at it, but
Okay.
maybe it's
And-
not what it used to be.
Does that refresh your recollection on whether or not you were right about those particular, whether it's incoming or outgoing?
I believe I was correct.
Okay. And then I have another question though about another column. So going back to page 2 of 9, this last column, can you tell the jury what those numbers mean?
That's the duration of the call in seconds.
Okay, so the phone call that Tara made at 20:56 on October 17th, how long was that phone call?
At 20:56, 572 seconds. I am not going to do the math, but
Okay. Fair to say that's more than just a minute or two.
correct.
And then the next phone call that Tara made to him, how long did that last?
235 seconds.
Okay. Moving to the day in which he called her a number of times. This particular call at 22:01. How long did that call last?
I can't read that.
Oh,
I can't read that number. Move it over. It's 1,861, it appears.
okay. Again, fair to say that's more than a minute or two?
1,861 seconds. Yeah, that math I know.
Seeing these records back in 2005, were those consistent with what other people were saying about how Tara spoke of Anthony Vickers?
No.
Why is that?
Well, Tara represented that she was afraid of Anthony Vickers and basically tried to dissuade anybody from thinking that she had any kind of relationship with him romantically.
Based on the course of your investigation, I guess what was the GBI's position on whether or not Tara and Anthony Vickers had a romantic relationship?
We believe that they had a romantic relationship.
And looking at, again, based on your investigation and looking at those records, is the GBI's position that that relationship ended prior to March, the incident that happened at her house with Heath, or continued after that?
The relationship continued after that incident.
And when that particular incident occurred, did Tara ever actually give a statement to law enforcement?
She did.
Again, I don't want to go into the content of that statement, but do you have knowledge as to whether or not Tara wished to pursue charges against Anthony after the incident occurred?
Do not think she wanted to pursue charges.
Okay. And was that a statement she made that night when Heath was still there, or something she spoke to them about later?
I'd have to see the report
That's
to
fine.
refresh my memory on that.
So I guess let me ask it this way then. Would it be fair to say that the manner in which she reacted that evening with Anthony being influenced by the fact that Heath Dykes was in her house when Anthony showed up?
Essentially, we had.
Objection, meeting.
I sustain that objection.
Can you tell the jury what the impression was based on the totality of the circumstances as to what led to that incident between Anthony and Heath Dykes that evening?
The impression was two of Tara's lovers met each other at her house, and that wasn't supposed to happen.
Okay. The fact that, well, let me ask you this first. In 2005, was Anthony Dykes her student? Anthony Vickers. In 2005, was he still a student?
No.
Okay. Had he, however, been a student previously?
Yes.
In 2005, was Anthony Vickers out of high school?
Yes.
If Tara had been engaged in a sexual relationship with Anthony Vickers in 2005, to your knowledge, would that have been criminal in any way?
No.
That being said, did Tara appear to want people to know about the relationship which she had with Anthony Vickers?
I do not believe Tara wanted that known.
Judge, I'm about to transition into some other things, so I just didn't know if now was a good time to break.
I think it is. Let's take about a 10-minute recess, ladies and gentlemen. Those of you who'd like to step outside for some fresh air. If you'll line up with the bailiffs, they'll escort you that way. Otherwise, please step to the jury room. All right, we'll be in recess about 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Hart, everybody's in place.
And Your Honor, just for the record, I have now attached that certification to that exhibit for the
Okay.
payphone records.
Good, thank you. All right, ask the jury to join us, Ms. White. All right, Ms. Hart, you can proceed.
I want to shift gears now and talk about some evidence that was obtained from Ms. Grinstead's home. Are you familiar with whether or not there was a latex glove collected in this particular case?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that?
Well, I was informed by, I don't know if I get into that, but it's part of the investigation. It was collected during the processing of the scene, so I knew about it.
Okay. And who specifically collected it from the scene?
I believe that Detective Bill Bars from the Ocilla Police Department collected it originally.
Do you know if, or do you know, no, this is differently. Did you ever come to be in possession of the glove?
I did.
And what did you do with the glove once it was in your possession?
I transported it to the GBI Division of Forensic Sciences, or commonly known as the Crime Lab in Atlanta, Georgia, Decatur, actually.
And to be clear, did you transport it yourself?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's already been identified as State's Exhibit 170A. Ask you to take a look at that for me. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
I recognize it from having seen it, and I recognize my handwriting on it.
Okay. And what is that?
This is a brown paper bag with staples, and it is the bag that was containing the latex glove recovered from Tara's residence.
And I apologize, did you indicate who it was that you spoke with at the crime lab as it relates specifically to the testing of this glove?
Yes. I knew that this glove was likely to be critical evidence. I also knew that the capabilities to capture forensic evidence from a latex glove was very slim. The chances were very slim. So I knew people at the lab, and I spoke with a criminalist. Those are the people that do a lot of comparisons of fibers and hairs and what have you, but they're typically generalists that know everything in the lab. And Larry Peterson was a friend of mine, so I talked to him before I took it up there. We met at the lab, and then we walked through the lab as they devised how they were going to treat this glove to maximize the probability of obtaining usable forensic evidence from it.
Your Honor, this time I would turn to evidence 170A.
The objection to 170A. All right, thank you, Mr. Mercer. That's admitted without objection. 170A.
Show you what's been marked as 170, which I've opened it myself here in court, but can you take a look inside of that particular package and tell me if there's anything else in there?
Yes, I'm not, well, it's wrapped in plastic now.
You can take it out, please.
Carry there we go.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay. The item that you're holding in your hand right now, again, let's ask this first. Does that appear in the same condition as when you last saw it?
No.
However, do you know what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
This is the latex glove that was recovered from Tara's resident.
And to be clear, is it a complete glove at this point?
I believe it is not.
And in fact, we saw you sort of wiping your lap a moment ago. Why were you doing that?
Because it is brittle and breaking into very small pieces. I believe I'm the one that put it in this plastic not so long ago, and apparently didn't seal it very well, and it's just falling apart.
Your Honor, I'm going to label that as, make sure I get this right, 170B as in boy. I would ask to tender that into evidence.
Any objection or board aye?
No objection.
That's admitted without objection.
Actually, leave it out for me, please.
Thank you.
And then, just for the record, there is one more item in here that I will label as 170C, but we're not going to talk about that with this witness. And then just for the record purposes, I would tender 170 as well. That's the original, that's the envelope that it was, all of those items were in when we received them.
All right, that's admitted without objection. So now you're up to 170, 170A, and 170B, all admitted without objection.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, so let's talk about, I know you said you spoke with Larry Peterson. Were you, in addition to Larry Peterson, throughout the course of deciding what was going to be done with this glove, were you involved in those conversations?
I was involved in some conversations. I didn't have any decision-making position regarding how they treated that glove. I just did my best to ensure that they maximized the possibility to recover the evidence.
Okay. No, you mentioned a moment ago, I believe, did you say that you knew it was going to be difficult to get DNA off the glove? Is that what I heard you say?
Yes.
Why did you believe that was the case?
I just knew at that time that the forensic capabilities were not great at obtaining DNA or fingerprint evidence from a latex glove. I knew that from experience. I don't know necessarily, when I say experience as an investigator, not specifically dealing with this type of evidence.
And are you familiar with what we refer to as touch DNA?
I am.
Now in 2012, when you retired from the GBI, was 2012, right?
Correct.
Was touch DNA commonly used by then?
No, we didn't even, I think it was becoming a term with which people were familiar, but in 2005 we didn't even know the term or the concept.
So back to 2012 though, did it become more common by the time you retired?
Yes, but it was still kind of an early process as far as the ability to capture touch DNA.
So in 2005, when you took this glove to the crime lab, based on your experience in working these types of cases, did you believe that you would actually be able to get any DNA off the glove?
I was hopeful but doubtful. I knew the likelihood was slim, but this was a significant piece of evidence, and I had confidence in our lab if it could be done, they would be able to do it.
Okay. In 2005, as someone who had been investigating cases then for at least 20 years, would that be accurate?
Yes, more than that.
More than that. Had you ever seen touch DNA taken from any item that you had ever collected or had been collected underneath you prior to this glove?
I don't believe so. I believe that every item that we ever had dealt with the traditional means of transmission, blood, seminal fluid, that sort of thing.
Okay. Now, in this case, are you familiar with how the lab went about trying to obtain the most evidence they could from the glove? Generally.
Well, I guess the pecking order was DNA and then fingerprints and then what we call trace, which is criminalistics. It's just comparisons, like determining what kind of glove it might have been. And so I believe that the glove was cut into sections depending on which area of the glove was most likely to render the evidence that was being sought by that section. So say the palm of the glove, where there might be cellular transfer from someone gripping something with their palm, might have gone to DNA for testing for DNA, whereas the tips might have gone to the fingerprint section, because those are where the tips of your fingers are where identifiable prints that can be used in our automated fingerprint system are located. I believe that's how they did it.
From the time that you turned it over to the lab in 2005 until you saw it recently to put it in that plastic bag, had you seen the glove in the meantime?
I had a recollection of possibly seeing it at the lab, but I don't remember when that may have been, and so it wasn't at the time I brought it.
Okay. Now, after this plan had been put into action to attempt to obtain evidence from the glove, did you ever learn whether or not they were able to capture DNA from the glove?
Yes.
And were you, in order to be able to investigate this case, were you given information about how many profiles were developed from the glove?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, in 2005, early 2006, when this was going on, how many profiles were developed from that glove?
2.
And based on the analysis of that glove and its comparison to Tara Grinstead's toothbrush, were you familiar with whether or not Tara Grinstead's DNA was found on that glove?
I was.
And were you familiar with whether or not the other DNA that was found on that glove belonged to a male or a female?
I did. I knew.
Okay, and which one was it?
Male.
Other than the fact that there were 2 DNAs, one of Tara Grinstead and one of an unknown male, did you or the other agents have any information about the DNA from that glove in 2005?
That was the only DNA evidence with which we were familiar then.
Okay. When you discovered that there was an unknown male DNA on the glove, did that shift the course of this investigation?
Just the male DNA?
Well, I guess let me ask you this. When you learned that you were in fact able to get DNA off the glove, did that cause the investigation to take a turn in which you were getting DNA from other people?
Well, can I answer that completely?
Yes.
Yeah, what the game changer was the fact that it had her DNA on the glove, not that it had unidentified DNA, because that could have been left by someone just dropping a glove or leaving it. But the fact that her DNA was on that glove meant that that glove was used to come in contact with her in some fashion. We were certainly considering all the criminal possibilities that someone might have used a glove and used that glove to touch her body.
From 2005 to 2012, when you retired from GBI, do you know if there had been one person or more than one person swabbed in order to find a match to that unknown male DNA?
More than one person.
Could you estimate for the jury how many people you believe or understand were swabbed in the time that you were in charge of the Perry office?
I believe it was in excess of 200. I'd have to look, but it was a large number.
Now, to be fair, were all 200 of those people someone that you had information that they might be involved in the murder?
No.
Or excuse me, they might be involved in her disappearance at that
time. No, we had reasons to ask people to give us samples. They were either somehow associated with Tara, or some information had come up to lead us to want to swab them. We didn't just do random swabbings on the street. There was some sort of justification for trying to secure samples from people, but they were not considered offenders at that time.
Would it be a fair statement that at that point, if agents interviewed a male in relation to this case, they asked for DNA?
It came close to that.
Fine. And in fact, for instance, was Bill Bars swabbed in this case?
Yes, we swab people for elimination purposes, yes.
Okay. Now, during the time in which you were still the special agent in charge of the Perry office, were there any known matches to the DNA?
No.
Back in 2005 until you retired in 2012, did you have knowledge as to whether or not there were any prints that had been developed off the glove?
There were fingerprints that had been developed.
Okay. And now you've referenced that as fingerprints. Do you know if they were palm prints, fingerprints, or what?
They were partial prints of some sort, or palm prints, prints that were not suitable for submission into our automated fingerprint system. In other words, if they had submitted those, they wouldn't have been able to get a match. They would have had to been manually compared to a potential offender.
Okay. Now, and we've heard a little bit about this, but I want to make sure the jury understands. When you say your automated fingerprint system, can you tell the jury what you mean by that?
Yes, Georgia was one of the first states to have the capability of an automated fingerprint system, and essentially a database is compiled of known ink fingerprints or known prints from millions of people that are fingerprinted for whatever reason in this state and nationally, depending on the sources of the database. And then a latent print, if it is of an area of the hand of the finger that is captured by an inked set of prints, as if you're being arrested or you go apply for a job, that latent print can be compared by a computer that will match through and draw comparisons with that entire database, millions of prints, and then produce possible matches that have to be confirmed manually by an expert.
Okay. Are there, again, based on your years of experience in investigating these types of cases, are there certain standards that you have to meet before that information can be put in to that computer system?
Yes, they have to contain the number of points. That point is a measure that fingerprint experts use to make comparisons of prints, and so those prints have to have a sufficient number of points and have to be of areas of the finger that are going to be captured in the database of inked fingerprints. In other words, if you had a palm print, well, that's not going to be captured in the inked set of prints. If anyone has ever been fingerprinted, they roll each finger and they capture those, but they don't capture the prints that are on your palm or on the edges or oftentimes on the side of your fingers. So those are not anything that's identified as being not of the surface area of a finger that's going to be captured in a fingerprint card. It's not suitable for APHIS. Also, there are smudged prints and what have you that can't be captured either, but still can be manually compared.
Okay. So you've just, again, used the word APHIS, and I just want to make sure, can you tell the
APHIS, Automated Fingerprint Identification System.
Okay. Now, in this case, we've talked about the payphone call, the directory assistance call, and the glove and the 2 DNAs. Those particular items of information, were those made widely known to everyone in the community, to the news media, to other agents?
No.
Why is that?
That was what we considered a form of guilty knowledge.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what you mean by guilty knowledge?
Guilty knowledge is evidence or information that's developed in a criminal investigation that would be known only to the offender. So many times in investigations you try to keep that information out of the public light. Many times you don't share it with other investigators or other law enforcement agencies because you want to protect it. And then what you're able to do with it, if you have someone that, say, confesses to a crime, you're able to measure their statement against the evidence that hasn't been disclosed to determine maybe they're not telling the truth. Contrastly, that evidence can be used if you have an offender that most likely or they believe committed the crime, and they are telling a lie to you that you can refute with that evidence that you've withheld that they don't know about. So it's very important, if possible, if you have evidence that you consider guilty knowledge, to withhold that from disclosure.
Now, to be fair, was the fact that there was a glove recovered from Ms. Grinstead's residence kept guilty knowledge?
That was the intention at the outset, not to disclose that, but too many people knew about it, and it was in the public realm within a few days.
What about the fact that the DNA of an unknown male was found on the glove? Was that kept as guilty knowledge at least through 2015 when you retired?
Yes, the fact that we recovered any DNA at all was kept very close to just a limited number of investigators, and we did not release that for several years. Finally, when Tara's case sort of the leads diminished and we wanted to maybe get some movement, we did a national news show where we disclosed the fact that we had DNA on the glove, but we did not discuss having Tara's DNA.
So then that leads me to my next question. Was the fact that Tara's DNA was on that glove disclosed or was that kept as guilty knowledge up until the time you retired in 2015?
Yes, and can I clarify the previous response?
Sure.
We disclosed only that we had male DNA on the glove. We never disclosed that we had Tara's DNA on the glove until after the arrest.
Okay. And when you say we and after the arrest, in 2017, when the defendant was arrested in this case, were you still working at the GBI at that time?
I was not.
However, were you familiar with the fact that that information was made public in
Yes.
2017?
Yes.
Okay. And then what about the directory assistance call, the 411 call from this payphone? Was that kept as guilty knowledge at least through 2015 when you retired? 2012 when you retired.
It was.
To be even more clear, had the district attorney of this circuit in which the case occurred been made aware at that time of the fact of this phone call?
No.
So kind of shift back and talk about why it was so important to keep those things close to the chest in a case like this. In October of 2005, had you ever worked a case that got this type of media attention?
I had worked cases in metropolitan Atlanta that had significant Atlanta and some national coverage, but nothing like this.
And just again, so we can put ourselves back in that 2005 mindset, was it common back then to see the sort of 24/7 news coverage of missing persons cases like we see now?
No.
Okay.
It was
You can explain.
Yes. Tara's case was probably, I think it was the first case after the Natalie Holloway disappearance of the Alabama young lady that disappeared in Aruba. And that was kind of the advent of the 24-hour cable news coverage of missing young women that we've seen so much of. So Tara's case was one of the first of that genre of criminal cases. And it was something that we were not expecting, and we had a lot of difficulty handling it.
Okay. You're probably not going to like me asking this question, but that's okay. I'm going to do it anyway. In the beginning, did you have a discussion with your agents about the Natalie Holloway case and how you felt like that would or would not affect y'all's case?
Objection relevance.
I'll leave that up to the jury. I overruled that objection.
Thank you.
I don't know if the jury will want to hear this, but I can remember when we first started getting some coverage, and I looked at my agents and I said, boys, and I don't know if I used that phrase, but I said, don't worry about it. Ocilla ain't Aruba. And what I meant by that was that I didn't think all these reporters would come all the way down to South Georgia to cover this the way they did Natalie Holloway, and I was wrong.
Okay. Now, to be fair, does that mean that you didn't care about finding who or why Tara was missing?
No, I was mainly referring to the likelihood of national news coverage in Irwin County, Georgia, and I was incredibly inaccurate.
Okay. I told you weren't going to like me asking you the question, but when you say you were inaccurate, how quickly did the national news cycle become focused on Tara Grinstead's disappearance?
Would you like to be heard on that?
I would, Judge. In this particular case, I believe that the news coverage actually affected how the investigation itself came about, and some of the things that they were doing, some of the things that were coming in that they were not aware of. And so that's the reason for going into the press coverage, is how it affected their investigation.
Anything further, Mr. Merchant? I overrule that objection.
Thank you. How quickly did it take for the national news coverage to become focused on Tara Grinstead's disappearance?
It didn't happen initially, and it sort of snuck up on us. We pursued the case for the first 2 or 3, 4 days, maybe a week, as a normal investigation, and then it just exploded. It just mushroomed into something that we had not seen.
And did that affect the way the investigation had to be handled?
It did.
In what ways?
It exponentially increased the amount of information that was coming in with which we had to deal, that we had to assess, prioritize, and follow up on. So instead of a local case where there's just a finite small number of leads coming in, we were suddenly faced with leads all over the country coming in and having to figure out how to handle that, how to receive it, how to manage it. Also, if I may go on.
Please.
It resulted in what we call self-deployment. That means people coming in to help on their own, of law enforcement, of non-law enforcement, of other types of public safety, of just citizens wanting to help. We had the establishment of a lot of tip lines and websites that were asking for information to be funneled to those different sites, and we didn't have control over those. We also had rewards proliferating. I think there was one that was $200,000 that was pledged ultimately altogether. I never believed that money was ever really there, but it was publicized significantly, which attracted people that were pursuing possible reward money. To kind of give you epitomizes what we were dealing with early on, there was one major tip line with which we were not familiar yet that was going to the southern link, as I described, device of basically a recovery agent, a bail bondsman that was here working on the case. So we had a lot of information coming in, and we did not know how to handle it to start with for quite some time.
And to be fair, with the amount of information that was coming in when all of that attention started, I think you said 8 agents. Is there any way that you could have personally, those 8 agents, followed up on those tips? All of them? No,
but we had outside support, but it had mushroomed so fast. It was, even if we had more resources, it was just difficult to get control of it. It was, it's not an excuse. It's my fault that we didn't manage that information, but it happened, and then once it was out, once it was national, it was very difficult to get control of it to where we could manage it and use it the way it needed to be used.
And I want to clarify something you mentioned when you talked about the southern link of essentially a bounty hunter or a bondsman. Did you have any knowledge initially that particular tip line had even been set up?
Not initially. We learned of it later, but there were several, there was a couple of tip lines and several websites, and so information was going to various entities and not necessarily coming to the people involved in the investigation.
Okay.
And that was a challenge to get a hold of that and funnel that information to where it could be addressed.
Were you getting information from people claiming to see Tara other locations? Like
Oh, yes.
outside Georgia?
Yes, and we had to honor those.
Okay. What about information about people claiming they knew who had what they characterized as had murdered Tara Grinstead?
Yes.
Did you have people giving information that they believed they had gotten from the beyond?
Yes. Psychics, yes.
Okay. And again, with each of those, when those leads are coming in, any of those leads that you recall that you just said, we're not going to look at that?
We tried to prioritize all leads and determine the level of to which we were going to address them. Psychic information, we typically didn't follow up on beyond establishing that it was a psychic claiming that some mystic means of knowing what they were conveying.
Okay. With the investigation now going in that direction, did keeping this guilty knowledge become more important?
Yes.
Why?
Because there was so little of it that we had. It was so difficult to maintain. The information about the case was well known. We were shocked to find our crime scene, if you so to speak, Tara's residence was being toured by national media, and so any kind of what we would call guilty knowledge of the layout of the house or different things within the house, that was lost because it was commonly known to the public by that point. If that's answers your question.
Yep. Despite all of that, however, the things that we've discussed, that being that Tara's DNA was on the glove and the 411 call at the payphone, were those able to be kept as guilty knowledge within the GBI?
Yes.
And based on your dealings with this case, when was that information first released or made public?
To my knowledge, that information was not released or made public until after the defendant was arrested and prosecution was initiated.
So, I want to, in that vein, ask you these questions. And I don't want to go into what anyone told you specifically. Were you present at a press conference following the defendant's arrest in this case?
I was.
Did you hear any comments made about whether or not the defendant's name was known to the GBI prior to his arrest?
Yeah. Yes.
I'll hear from you.
Judge, it's actually not for the truth of the matter to show that it was not truthful is what I'm trying to get into. So it's not for the truth of the matter,
Can
sir.
you repeat your question?
Did he become aware of, or did he have knowledge of any statements made by a GBI agent that the defendant's name was not known to the GBI prior to his arrest?
At any time? Is that your question?
The statement was made at the time, the statement itself was referencing at any time prior to that case.
All right, I will overrule your objection.
Okay. Were you familiar with the statements that were made by a then member or then active member of the GBI about whether the defendant was known to the GBI prior to his arrest in 2007?
Yes, I heard it.
Okay. Is that correct?
No.
After that press conference, have you learned whether or not within the GBI's case file, prior to the defendant's arrest in February of 2017, whether or not there was a report with both Bo and Ryan's name?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't want to go into any details because that would be hearsay, but did that exist within the GBI file?
It was another agency document within the GBI files.
Okay.
If I can explain that or no.
No, I don't want to go any further than that, but it was there. Is that fair enough?
Yes.
Additionally, are you familiar with whether or not any of your agents' summaries or reports that they did in this case included the names Ryan Duke and Bo Dukes?
Yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, was a follow-up ever done by GBI agents as to the document that was from another agency that had their names?
No.
to your knowledge, was a follow-up ever done in relation to their names being in one of your agent's summaries?
No.
Why?
That is a question that has bothered me for years. And I have talked to other agents and reviewed the documents and come to a recollection of what happened, but it's not an excuse for what happened. The information was received as if it had been addressed by local law enforcement as unfounded. That was a presumption that we should have never, ever made. But it happened, and it's my fault.
Moving on from that, and I kind of want to jump back to the phone records again. And I actually left you a copy of some of them up there, so you wouldn't have to look at them on the screen. Here we go. Okay. On State's Exhibit 133, now you don't have that one in front of you, but can I ask you to get, I think you should have the master list of her contacts up there. If not, I'll bring that to you.
No, I have it. I mean, say I do. Well,
It's okay. Here, I'll just give you the actual exhibit, State 167. I'm just going to ask you some
no.
questions.
Oh, you're talking about on the screen? No,
Yes,
that is not on the screen. That's something different.
correct. Looking at States 133, these particular calls on, the morning of 10/24/05, the morning that she's reported missing.
10:24, beginning at 12. There's handwriting over it, 12:38, I think.
Okay. And who is that phone call from?
That
Line
the
35.
first one, 478-338-0253, that's identified on caller ID. That's going to be Heath Dykes' cell phone.
Okay. What about line 36? Who would have made that phone call?
And that is 478-892-3756 is going to be Faye Grinstead. That's Tara's mother.
Okay. The next phone call, line 37. Who made that phone call?
That's another call from Heath Dykes' cell phone.
Okay. Line 38. Who made that phone call?
That's going to be a landline phone call from a hardwired phone at the Perry Police Department from Heath Dykes.
Okay. Line 39 at 7:30 a.m. Who made that phone call?
That's Heath Dykes' cell phone.
Okay. Line 40, the 7:31 a.m. phone call. Are you able, looking at the list of contacts, is that number on there?
As listed, I have to go through the numbers. You're talking about as listed on the caller
Correct.
ID?
The 7475.
Well, let me look real fast. Yes.
Whose number would that have been?
Wait a minute, let me double check, please. (229-468-7475).
It's listed as OFC.
Yeah, and it's Joe Work.
Okay. Do you know who Joe Work would have been?
I thought it was Joe Portier.
Okay. And then at 7:37, line 41, again, who's making that phone call?
That's Tara's mother, Faye Grinstead.
At 7:45 a.m., who would have made that phone call?
That's again a phone call from Joe office.
At 8:11 a.m., who would have made that phone call?
That's another call from the hardline,
Okay.
City of Perry, Heath Dykes.
The remaining phone calls that we see on this list, would those have come in after she was reported missing?
Yes.
Just a moment, Judge. Do you personally know or have you ever met Ryan Dukes?
No.
Do you personally know or have you ever met Bo Dukes to your knowledge?
No.
Were you employed with the GBI at the time that their arrests were made in 2017?
No.
Now, we've sort of covered quite a bit of ground from 2005 to 2012 when you retired. The things that we've discussed, is that all that was done from 2005 to 2012?
No.
And this particular case file, not the exact size, but do you know approximately how large it was when you retired in 2012?
It would, a 4-foot lateral file cabinet, it would probably fill 3.5 of those
Okay.
cabinets.
And was the same agent the lead agent on this case from 05 to 2012?
No.
Were there multiple lead agents as people moved and went to other offices during that time period?
Yes, as in any organization, people come and go, they transfer, get promoted, resign, retire, or what have you. So we had to change assignments a few times.
However, were you consistently the special agent in charge of whoever that particular special agent was during the time period from 2005 to 2012?
I was in charge of that investigation for the entire time, yes.
And would it be fair to say that you had a great deal of working knowledge, back then at least, of the inner workings of that particular investigation?
Yes, I was very much more involved as a supervisor than a typical case.
Anyone else ever confessed to the crime of killing Tara Grinstead?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody, can you tell us some of the names of people who have confessed to the crimes, whether it was law enforcement or other people?
And the nature of the confessions vary, whether they implied that they did, stated that they did, but I can recall one gentleman that killed himself up in Tennessee that had written some letters implicating himself in her death. Yes.
That letter contain any of the guilty knowledge that we've discussed?
No.
Any part of the investigation into that letter indicate that he was at the home of Tara Grinstead on October 22nd, 23rd, or 24th of 2005?
No.
Was it, even though he had already killed himself, was that thoroughly investigated to see if he's the one that committed the murder?
Yes, we had investigators in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, secure a search warrant. Then we actually towed this person's vehicle from Oak Ridge, Tennessee to our office to have it processed.
Okay. Anybody ever publicly claimed responsibility for Tara's murder?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Andrew Haley is a person up in Hall County, Georgia, Gainesville. He posted a series of videos on YouTube in which he blacked out his face and distorted his voice and claimed credit essentially for killing Tara and some other women, and it came to our attention, so we followed up on that.
And in fact, was Andrew Scott Haley arrested?
He was. We arrested him in Gainesville.
Was he arrested for the murder of Tara Grinstead?
No, he was not.
What was he arrested for or prosecuted for that you can recall?
He was prosecuted for false statements and tampering with evidence, I believe.
Okay.
And he was convicted.
As to each person that you had knowledge who either confessed or in some way tried to claim responsibility for the disappearance of Tara Grinstead from 2005 to 2012, that you knew about during that time period, were each of those followed up on?
Yes.
Were any of those people ever arrested for murder?
No.
And to your knowledge, was anyone ever arrested for the murder of Tara Grinstead prior to Ryan Dukes' murder in 2017?
No.
Matt, just a moment, Judge, I think that's it. That's all the questions I have at this
All right,
time.
Mr.
Thank you.
Bertrand, you can go up and down.
Keep having a battle over the podium. Good morning, Mr. Rothwell. My name's John Merchant. I represent Ryan Duke. You and I have spoken before, but it's good to see you again.
Yes.
On the issue of guilty knowledge, would you agree that the value of the guilty knowledge decreases if someone who's interviewing a suspect discloses it before the suspect identifies the knowledge?
It depends on the circumstances.
Generally speaking, it loses value.
Generally speaking, if it's guilty knowledge, and you would want to keep that from the offender if you're interviewing them until the appropriate time.
So I want to take you back to 2005. You had given some testimony about the leads in the case. Would you agree with me that, like the leads in this case, the volume of the evidence is not key, it's the quality of the evidence?
Oh yes, we have a saying, I think I attribute to a reporter, Joe Kovac: the bigger the file, the less you know. That's certainly true in most investigations that are unsolved for a period of time.
And I know you don't have firsthand knowledge of the condition of Ms. Grinstead's house, but were you aware of it?
Yes.
And I'm talking about the time frame when she went missing in October.
Yes.
As far as I know, you don't have any evidence or knowledge about there being any forced entry into the home.
The scene was ambiguous to us. We couldn't tell if there's no sign of forced entry, excuse me. Yes.
And there was no obvious evidence of any kind of struggle inside the house.
There was no obvious evidence of a struggle. I use the phrase ambiguous or term ambiguous. We didn't know whether anything happened in that house or not.
And I guess the only evidence that you had supposedly pointing to any kind of struggle was that the lampshade was tilted and the lamp itself was broken, wasn't working. You had a couple drawers that were pulled out. Anything else that even remotely suggested there was any kind of struggle inside the house?
Well, yeah, we had conflicting testimony about the lamp. We did have some blood or menstrual fluid on her bedding, which was some additional information we never disclosed to the public.
All right. And so you found some blood on the comforter?
That's correct. I believe it was a comforter. I call it the bedding to be sure, because I believe it was a comforter.
All right. And you had...
But that when I say blood, our lab cannot distinguish between blood and menstrual fluid. So we didn't know if that was blood or menstrual fluid, and there was evidence of menstruation in the residence also, so we couldn't make a call.
And that evidence was found in the bathroom?
I believe so.
And tell the jury what the evidence of the menstruation was.
I believe that there was some tampons or something to that effect. Again.
And I guess you also found some male DNA profile on the bed, correct?
Yes.
You found so you found semen on the sheets?
That was identified, yes.
Okay, and that DNA profile is not Ryan Duke, correct?
It was Heath Dykes.
All right. Did you ever test the comforter for the presence of semen or male DNA?
It was tested for. It was, yes. I didn't do it, but the lab tested it.
And did that reveal in any shape or form that Mr. Duke's DNA is present on the comforter?
I have no knowledge of Mr. Duke's DNA being present on it, no. Again, any testing that happened after I left, I don't know.
Is it fair to say that the scene as you saw it and processed it, not you personally, but the GBI, you really had no idea whether or not Ms. Grinstead had been home or had left. There was no evidence inside the house to suggest to you one way or the other. Is that fair?
There was evidence that she had arrived home after she left a cookout on Saturday night, but we didn't have any conclusive evidence as to whether she left on her own or something happened and she was abducted or anything else. No.
Did you interview anybody who knew Ms. Grinstead about her habits with regard to the door locks?
That was done. I didn't interview anybody personally about it.
So you're aware that somebody interviewed some folks about whether or not
Yeah.
Ms. Grinstead locked her door?
I'm not
on the
sure.
inside?
Yeah, maybe I'm not following your question. I mean, we interviewed people about her habits, and I believe her habits were to lock her doors.
So I want to turn your attention, sir, to the photo that's displayed now. Can you see that?
Yes.
And so your understanding is that she would have locked the door from the inside if she had the capability of doing that, based on what your folks did for interviews?
I believe that house locked from the inside, yes.
So, and based on your investigation, she would have locked the door from the inside?
It would have been a practice I would have expected that she locked the door from the inside. I don't know exactly the condition of that lock myself.
But if it was functional, based on what you knew at the time, she would have locked that?
I can make that presumption, so, I mean, it would make sense that she would lock it from the inside. I can't tell if there's a latch there or not. That's the reason I'm I'm not sure what kind of lock that is on that door, because I see the handles, but I don't see oh, there's a deadbolt. Yes, she would have locked it from the inside, yes.
Okay. And I believe you also got some information from her best friend, right, as part of the investigation?
Maria Hewlett?
Yes, sir.
Yes, she was interviewed.
And I would think that if Tara had gone missing, that talking with her would have some special significance for the GBI?
I believe, yes, it did. We talked to her more than once.
And of all the people involved in the case, she's one of the folks in Ms. Grinstead's small circle of friends who would know most about her, correct?
She was certainly one of the ones we thought knew her well.
And she was interviewed several times?
Yes.
And she actually was asked to come to the scene and determine if anything was missing, right?
Yes, I believe that one of the agents met with her and walked her through the scene to see if there were any items of Tara's that appeared to be missing, that she knew Tara had, that weren't there anymore.
And she told the GBI.
Objection, here's that.
Did the GB? I'll rephrase, Judge.
Please rephrase, thank you.
And did the GBI learn that a pair of sneakers?
Go ahead with your question. Go ahead.
Did the GBI learn, as part of that search of the house, that Miss Grinstead's new sneakers were missing?
All right, hang on a second, Mr. Roth.
My objection is that it is still hearsay. Learning through somebody telling you something is still hearsay.
Judge, she just spent an hour talking about things that were part of the investigative file that he learned from other folks that are not testifying. So if it's part of his file and he has knowledge of the file, then I can ask him about it.
Judge,
You get
I'm
the last
objecting
sentence.
to hearsay.
I got it.
If they had an objection, they could have made it.
I overrule that objection.
I don't recall specifically. I remember maybe it was jogging pants and shoes. I would have to see the report, but she identified something as not being there.
Let me ask you, Mr. Burch, before we move too far, that exhibit that's displayed now, give me that number for the record, please?
Yes, Your Honor, that's defense one.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
So I'm handing you the summary that you said you'd need to look at. Can you take a look at that, particularly on the second page, and see if that refreshes your recollection as to what items may have been missing?
Talking about the first part of the second paragraph, really?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it says,
Oh, hold on.
yeah.
You put that down, sir.
Yeah.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yeah, I was going too fast there, I'm sorry. Yes, it does.
And so what items did Ms. Hewlett indicate to the GBI were missing from Ms. Grinstead's home?
Some New Balance shoes, a pair of New Balance shoes, and some pants. I think it said yoga pants or jogging pants.
Did the GBI investigate that lead?
It's not exactly a lead. It's information about what some items that were missing. I'm not sure what you mean by investigate. I mean, we took that into account. I believe there were witnesses that said she intended to go home and change into clothing like that. I don't know if they mentioned shoes or not.
Right, but if she had left in sneakers and her favorite sweatpants, would that not be a significant piece of information in terms of figuring out what happened to her?
Yes, and we certainly investigated the possibility that she left on her own. That was always something that we considered.
And that, so in your view, that would be consistent with her going home and then leaving again that evening?
Well, I guess it would be consistent. She had indicated she intended to go home and change into her jogging shorts, and so if her jogging shorts and shoes are missing, then maybe that she's wearing them and left. Yes, certainly.
And you had mentioned earlier that you had done kind of a sweep of the neighbors to figure out what they knew. Is that correct?
Yes, it's what we call a neighborhood canvass, basically going door to door and talking to people around to see if what they saw, as opposed to asking them what they saw.
Right, and in terms of the people who might know something relevant about what happened at the residence, then some of the neighbors would be important folks to talk to, right?
The neighborhood canvass is very important, yes.
And did the GBI come to learn that one of the neighbors did not see Miss Grinstead's car at her house on Sunday morning?
All right, Ms. Hart, I hear from you.
Judge, we're going very specifically into what someone said. I was very careful not to ask those questions and to tell him not to tell us what someone said. He's asking for a specific statement from a person who is not testifying in court.
Yes, you rephrase the question as what
Did the GBI know that a neighbor reported that her car was not there Sunday morning?
Judge, I'm still going to object to that as here's fact.
I overrule that.
Did the GBI ever receive any information about whether or not Miss Grinstead's car was present at her house on Sunday morning?
Yes, we had conflicting information. We had witnesses saying that the car was there the entire time. We had witnesses saying that they saw it leave.
Did you have information that the car wasn't there until about 6 o'clock on Sunday night?
That was one of the witnesses, and as I said, we had conflicting statements by somebody else, so it didn't really help us to have a conclusive idea of what happened.
Well, would it be a significant investigative lead?
Yes, and we absolutely took that into consideration.
So are there any reports in the GBI files suggesting or explaining what the GBI did in response to that information?
Not sure I understand what we did with information that her car left or didn't leave.
Did the GBI interview anybody else?
Yeah, I mean, one of the focuses of the investigation was to determine whether that car left or not, but we weren't able to make a determination.
In combination with the fact that she might have had her sneakers on and she might have had her favorite sweatpants on, with the fact that the car might not have been there Sunday morning, also suggests that she went home Saturday night and then left in her car.
As I said, everything was ambiguous. We had conflicting information, so we didn't know what happened. So we were certainly pursuing the possibility that Tara left on her own, particularly given the Jennifer Wilbanks case that had happened earlier that year in Atlanta, where a woman had disappeared and was found in New Mexico. So yes, I mean, we were not able to, we ran that information as far as we could, as far as trying to determine whether the car was there or not, but we couldn't draw a conclusion.
But again, it would be consistent with the idea that she came home and then left again.
That her car left?
Yeah.
Sure, that would be consistent.
Did the GBI ever consider that this glove that was found on her front yard was planted?
Did we ever consider it or
Did you
believe
ever-
it?
Well, but I'm asking specifically, did you ever consider the thought that this glove had been placed there?
That was a consideration until we received the DNA analysis and found that we had male DNA and her DNA on the glove. We, at that point, concluded that that glove was associated with her disappearance.
But aside from it being in her front yard, the fact that her DNA is on the glove doesn't tell you that that's where the DNA got onto the glove, right?
In the yard is where it got on there, or
At her residence.
oh, it's
Doesn't tell
an inference that would be hard to ignore. That if she's missing and there's a glove in the yard and the glove has her DNA on it and another person's DNA on it, the inference is more likely than not that that glove is involved in her disappearance, that it's associated with her disappearance, and most likely happened there. But that's not to say that transfer couldn't have occurred somewhere else if the body was moved somewhere else. But in any event, that glove was associated with her disappearance. That's the conclusion that we could draw.
So based on the inference you just discussed, you assumed that to be true.
No, we assumed that glove, we drew an inference that glove was associated with her disappearance. We didn't know if that meant that the crime happened right there, or whether there was some attempt to delay discovery, or there was a removal of a body, or there was a struggle and the gloves were used and that happened. We did not know exactly the circumstances of how that DNA of that person, unidentified, and Tara got on that glove. We just knew that was unusual. She's missing, the glove's in the yard. It's probably foul play.
Did the GBI ever investigate whether or not Miss Grinstead was killed somewhere else and that glove was planted in the front yard?
I don't know how you can investigate whether it was planted in the front yard. We certainly considered that she was killed somewhere else if she was killed. We didn't know what happened to her, so everything was a possibility. That something happened at the house, that something happened somewhere else, that she met someone and was maybe killed there, and then someone came back to delay discovery, brought her car back, and left it there. We considered all those possibilities. We did not know.
The front door was locked, was it not, on Sunday morning? Monday morning.
The front, yeah, but I don't remember the state of the locks, whether the deadbolt lock was closed or not. I can't testify to that. I mean, I know that we had no indication of foul play in the house, and that included signs of forced entry, and I believe that the house was locked. But as far as the actual which lock was locked, how, I don't know.
Assuming that we have some folks who tell us that it was locked, was it the GBI's theory that Miss Grinstead was killed inside her house, and whoever did that went back to lock the front door before leaving?
We didn't have a theory. We didn't know. I mean, that's what I'm trying to tell you. We had no conclusive evidence that a crime occurred at the house. We didn't know that a crime didn't occur at the house. We didn't know that a crime occurred at all. We didn't know if she left on her own. We didn't know if she left, met someone and was killed, and then someone came back and tried to cover up the crime, and that's when the glove was dropped. We didn't know. Now, I mean, I don't know if that answers the question, but we didn't know what happened to her, so we were considering all possibilities.
And I guess that heightens the importance of the leads. If you don't know what happened, then you really need to run to ground some of these important leads.
That's the intent, yes. Try to prioritize the leads and follow up on them.
Okay. And is there any more important lead in your mind than the leads that you would have received from folks that were close to her?
Well, it all depends on the nature of the lead. That's a hypothetical. I mean, certainly people close to her might have information that's very, very credible, can be verified easily. But I mean, it's difficult to address that question without knowing what the nature of the lead is.
And the leads we've discussed today about the sneakers, the jogging pants, and her car not being there, those are all significant leads to follow up.
There's significant information. It depends. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we needed to define lead, because that's information. It's not necessarily a lead that we can act on. It's information that we put into the mosaic trying to figure out what happened. But it's like, if you say follow up, I'm not sure what you mean by that, like going and trying to find the pants or something. I mean, there were searches done, of course, and if those sweatpants had been found, that would have been significant. But it was information that we knew that we added into with the rest of the information, trying to deduce what happened.
Well, if the GBI had assumed that Maria Hewlett was telling the truth about items being missing, wouldn't that lead the GBI to follow up to see where she went that night?
We did that. That's what I don't understand. We tried to determine if she left on her own. We did everything we knew to do to try to find her, because we didn't know for sure that she had been killed, and we treated this as a missing persons case from the beginning, and we always considered the possibility that she left on her own. But the presence of the glove with the DNA and her DNA on it diminished the probabilities of that.
And fair to say, because of the glove, you may have overlooked some important details as part of your investigation.
I don't agree with that.
You don't agree that Miss Hewlett's statement about clothes and other items being missing was missed?
No, we took that seriously. I mean, that's why we walked her through the scene, for her to tell us what was missing. That was the purpose. So we did it.
All right, sir, that's all I have for you. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, Ms. Farley, any follow-up?
I do. Start where defense counsel started, about guilty knowledge. Specifically, let's talk about the guilty knowledge of the phone call. Defense counsel asked you if the importance of guilty knowledge would be decreased if that knowledge was suggested by the investigator, I think is what the question was. Did that, you recall that question?
Yeah, I wasn't clear on it.
Okay, so let me ask you a little bit differently. When you are interviewing a potential suspect, let's say in this case, would you want to say to him, did you make a 411 call from the G&G on October 23rd of 2005 to Tara Grinstead's house?
No, I would want him to volunteer that information.
Okay. And if that particular question had been asked, would that diminish the importance of the guilty knowledge if the person said, yes, I made the phone call?
No, not necessarily if they admitted that they did it.
Okay.
It would be preferable that they volunteered it, but that doesn't mean that they didn't do it.
Would asking the question or making the statement, well, we know some phone calls were made that morning to her house, is that in any way going to be giving the information about the guilty knowledge to the suspect?
No.
What's the difference in the first example I gave you of, did you call Tara Grinstead's house using directory assistance on August 23rd of 2005 from the G&G versus we know there were some phone calls made that morning?
Because phone calls are made every day, but information phone calls are not common.
And if in response to we know some calls were made that day, the person says, yes, I called her from the G&G and I used directory assistance, would that be important to you?
Yes, it would.
Why is that?
Because that is specific information that we know is true, that someone used that payphone and called information at that time to call our house.
Shift gears again, trying to go in the order that defense counsel went. You mentioned, and I didn't ask you about this earlier, but you mentioned when he was asking you about the scene, the lamp, and I'm using that phrase generally. Did Tara Grinstead have a lamp beside her bed?
She did.
Was there some discussion, debate, investigation into whether or not that lamp was broken or not?
Yes.
Do you know if at some point either you or someone else changed the bulb in that lamp?
Yes.
And when was it, you or somebody else?
It's Agent McDaniel.
And were you there when that happened?
No.
Were you still working at the GBI when that happened?
Yes.
When the light bulb got changed, did the lamp turn on?
It did.
Initially, when the lamp was believed to have been broken and not working, was that something that you considered could be significant?
That the lamp didn't work?
When you thought initially it wasn't working and thought it was broken?
Well, it was consistent with it being broken. But
Okay.
as I've said, we had conflicting witnesses about the lamp, so
Okay.
it again was not conclusive.
However, once you learned it was just that the light bulb was burned out, did that diminish, I guess, the importance of whether or not the lamp was broken before or after?
To some extent, yes.
Okay. I think you've explained the blood on the comforter significantly enough. The car that defense counsel has asked you about. In this particular case, were there, and I think you've said this, but did everyone agree on whether her car was home all day on October 24th?
No.
And defense counsel has asked you specifically about one neighbor who believed the car was gone until after or till dusk or till a certain time on October 24th. Did that person make that statement?
I believe so, yes.
However, were there other people that said they visited her home during the day on October 24th and her car was there?
Yes.
And again, were there other people who said her car was there all day?
Yes.
Were you ever able to find any solid evidence, video footage, anything else that showed that Tara Grinstead's car was anywhere other than at her home on October 23rd, 2005, that Sunday?
No.
Did you look?
Yes, 'cause we considered the possibility that she left on her own, and leaving in her own vehicle was certainly one of those things.
Were there surveillance cameras pulled from around town?
Yes.
Any of those surveillance videos show Tara Grinstead's car driving past?
Not that we were able to determine.
And while that's on my mind, let me ask this. The G&G or the Swifty Mart, whichever it was at the time, did it have working cameras?
It did not.
Defense counsel has asked you about this theory of, did you think the glove could have been planted? Let me ask you this. Did you believe you were going to be able to get touch DNA from a glove in 2005?
No.
And how long had you been an investigator investigating murder cases at that point?
Well, I'd been a GBI agent for 24 years, and most of that time investigating general investigations, yeah.
In working with the general public over those years, in 2005, was touch DNA something that was widely known?
It was a term we didn't know at that time.
Okay. Would it be fair to say at some point in the 90s, the term DNA, people sort of started hearing about it from a particular case? The O.J. Simpson case, did that sort of make DNA a topic of discussion?
GBI Crime Lab began processing DNA January 1 of 1989, so that's when DNA began.
What were the primary sources of DNA in 2005?
Bodily fluids, typically semen, hair, semen and blood, that sort of thing.
Okay. If someone were going to plant a glove with someone else's DNA on it, would it have been smarter to get touch DNA or, let's say, their blood?
If someone was going to try to plant the glove plant the DNA
Yes.
on the glove and then plant the glove?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it would have been much would have made more sense, I guess, if you wanted that DNA to be found, to have blood on it, because we didn't know we could get DNA off a glove any other way.
Or maybe saliva? Would that have been a better choice than
Yes,
touch DNA? What about semen?
yes,
Wow. Is that what was found in this case?
no.
And again, the fact that it had Tara Grinstead's DNA on it as well, did that influence your opinion as to whether or not this glove could have been a plant?
Well, that was a game changer, that her DNA was on it.
Okay.
That kind of eliminated, for the most part, the idea that it was planted. Is that it? Are you with?
I forgot to show you this earlier. Just
Yeah.
to cover it for you. I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 175 and ask you to take a look at that for me, please.
Yes,
Do you recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the program for the Miss Sweet Potato pageant in Fitzgerald, the night of October 22nd,
Okay.
2005.
And is that a true and accurate, at least black and white copy of that program?
That appears to be the version that we collected.
Your Honor, this time I would tender an evidence State's Exhibit 175.
All right, any objection to 175? All right, thank you, Mr. Merchant. 175 is admitted without objection.
Okay, I need to do that before I forgot. Let's talk about what was identified or what was talked about by defense counsel, these statements that Maria made. Do you recall when Agent Rossler did his crime scene investigation, if he actually found a pair of athletic shoes by the front door?
I'd have to review the file. I don't recall.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 14. Excuse me. I'm going to show you a copy of the GBI file, it's Summary 14. Please don't read from that, but take a look at that for me.
Yes,
Does that refresh your recollection on whether or not Agent Rossler did in fact find some tennis shoes by the front door?
yes.
Sitting here today, do you have any way to know if those were the tennis shoes that Miss Hewlett was talking about?
No.
And for that matter, did Maria Hewlett, was she at the defendant's residence, was she at Ms. Grinstead's residence on October 22nd, 2005?
I don't believe she was there on October 22nd.
Do you, okay, I'll just stick with that question. Did Maria Hewlett have any information if Tara Grinstead allowed one of the girls to borrow her New Balance tennis shoes on October 22nd, 2005?
Did Maria Hewlett have information that Tara loaned the shoes?
Did she have any knowledge if that could have happened?
Objection, speculation.
I'm asking what knowledge she had. It's in direct response to the questions they've asked, Judge.
I overrule that objection.
I don't believe she had knowledge of what she might have done with her shoes that day.
Okay. Did Maria Hewlett tell you if she knew if Miss Grinstead had just thrown the shoes out because they were old and the soles fell off of them?
I don't know that she would have known that.
Which is exactly what I wanted to ask you. Did Maria Hewlett know anything other than she believed that there were a pair of missing tennis shoes and jogging pants?
That's what she identified as being missing.
In Tara Grinstead's residence, was there a bunch of jewelry found?
I believe so.
Was there one ring in particular that her sister indicated she wore every day?
Yes,
What about her curling iron? Was it found?
I believe so.
What about her hair straightener? Was it found?
I believe so, yes.
Her makeup bag?
I
You
have
want
to
to look at it?
Yeah,
Where'd I put it? Actually, I could probably do one better. While I'm finding this, what about her cell phone? Was her cell phone located at the house?
her cell phone was located at the house that was recovered by us from, I believe, Maria Hewlett.
Okay. Displaying State's Exhibit 18. Can you see that?
I can.
Okay. What does that appear to be, if you can tell, in the sink?
Looks like a curling iron.
Some sort of hair accessory?
Yeah, I'm not that, I am married, but I'm not familiar with everything that's used.
What about that item? What does that appear to be?
I can't see what it is.
Take a look at it. Is there toothbrush there?
Yes,
Is there toothpaste there?
yes,
Is her, whatever she was using to do her hair there?
yes.
Is her makeup bag there? On the floor?
Is that about, okay, yes, that's a makeup bag, yes.
Okay. In your vast knowledge of this case, is anything that would indicate to you that a Tara Grinstead would ever run off and not take her makeup bag with her?
She was very concerned about her appearance, and it would be,
Hang on a second, Mr. Roth.
Speculation, because that's no personal knowledge.
Judge, I've asked him about, based on his training experience, based on his vast knowledge of this case, if Tara Grinstead was the type of person who would have left her bag. Not if she did it or not, but whether she was that type of person.
Any further, Mr.
Judge, we're so far afield in terms of what this witness personally knows that I don't know how that would even possibly be relevant.
I don't have any further questions.
All right, any follow-up, Mr. Murphy?
Briefly. Thank you, Judge. So you were asked, or you provided some testimony that suggested that there were conflicting reports about Ms. Grinstead's car being there on Sunday, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. The report that I talked to you about was from a Mr. Olmsted, correct?
Yeah, I believe it's Olmsted, yes.
Okay. And Mr. Olmsted's house is directly across the street from Ms. Grinstead's, correct?
I think it was, very close.
And the issue with the glove, that was in plain sight, right?
The glove?
Yes.
Yes, it was visible to those that, the glove was gone by the time I got to the house, but from photographs and what I've learned, it was, 6-8 feet from the front stoop.
And with your long experience as a law enforcement official, you understand that sometimes criminals do things to try to throw the police off the scent, so to speak, correct?
Oh, sure, yes.
And so if someone wanted to throw the police off the scent in this case, they could do that by planting a glove in the front yard in plain sight, correct?
And you asked me that question. I misunderstood your question. Yes, we did consider the possibility that the glove was planted.
And if someone were going to plant the glove, the best place to put it would be in plain view on the front yard, right?
Objection, that does call for speculation.
But based on your experience working with people...
That's a counterfactual. I don't know where it would be best planted. I do know that the DNA made it very unlikely that the glove was planted because of the difficulty of putting two different profiles, including hers, on a glove. That was the inference we drew.
But you assumed, of course, that she had been killed there based on the inference you talked about earlier.
No, we did not assume that she had been killed there. We didn't know, and as I've said that we considered the possibility of delay of discovery, as if she had left in her car, was murdered, and then the offender brought her car back so that nobody would know she was missing for a longer period of time. So that's what delayed discovery means. So we certainly considered the possibility that she left on her own, something bad happened to her, somebody came back to delay discovery, clean up evidence, whatever, and that the glove was dropped in. Those were all possibilities. But in any event, the glove was involved in the disappearance.
And it was in plain sight on the front yard.
That's where it was found.
All right. So you were asked, and this is my last line of questioning, sir. You were asked about whether or not the sneakers referred to by Ms. Hewlett during her initial interview with the GBI are the same sneakers that she said went missing. Do you recall exactly when Ms. Hewlett spoke to the GBI first about her knowledge of the case?
She was probably the first person, one of the first persons interviewed outside law enforcement. She was interviewed that day.
Okay. And at that point, she said she saw a pair of New Balance shoes.
I think that was later when Agent McDaniel walked her through the scene for the specific purpose of identifying whether something was, I guess that's the correct term, trying to determine if something was missing that Miss Hewlett knew should be there.
Okay. So, just so we're clear, when she walked through the house with GBI on November 4th, 2005, after her initial interview, she said there's a new pair of sneakers missing and the black yoga pants, her favorite black yoga pants, are missing as well.
That's what I read in the statement, yes.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it just popped up on my screen. Lunch is here. So, we'll get you there just as quickly as we can. Don't discuss the evidence or any you've heard this morning or at any other time during this trial during your lunch break, but we'll everybody remain in place while the jury leaves the courtroom to enjoy lunch. We'll start back about 1:15.
This evidence, I'm just going to...
I went to school with a number of folks. It's wonderful. All right, anything we need to take up before we break?
When do you want to talk about the redaction?
About what?
The redaction?
Whenever.
I don't know when the state is intending, but we need probably 5 minutes to talk about that before.
Okay, what, did that happen or nothing's been redacted, I understand? You're just got the times that you're going to mute.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Were you able to share anything? All right, got everybody? Great. Ask the jury to join us, please. It's all right. You can let the rest of them come on out if you want to. Kind of crowded in there, I suspect. That looks like everybody. All right, ladies and gentlemen, don't get too comfortable. I'm about to release you for the day, and y'all deserve an explanation for that. A matter has come up that is going to require me to go over some things with the attorney. It's no, if it's anybody's for not making sure this was as ready as I would like for it to be, but it's just going to take a little while. It probably won't take us all afternoon, but it'll take too long for y'all to sit there in that room by yourself. So I apologize that we're not ready to go this afternoon. As I say, that's my fault. I'm going to excuse you at this time. If you'll just follow the same routine, I'll see you at 9 o'clock in the morning, okay? Once again, please don't discuss this case with anybody. Don't discuss it among yourselves even. If anybody tries to talk to you about the case, please tell them that you're seated on the jury and you can't discuss it. Don't watch any news reports, anything like that about it. I'm sure that y'all will continue to do that just as you have the whole time. So enjoy your afternoon off, I guess. Thank y'all so much. Leave your pads there in your chairs. Sometimes let one too many and one time.
Three smokers out.
Whenever y'all eat, okay?
I was gonna say.
Oh, y'all have already eaten?
But whenever you're ready.
I mean, I'm ready. I've already eaten. I just wanted y'all to have a break if you needed to.
We're ready, Jake. We thought that was our break. Whatever you're going to eat has been eaten.
Good deal. Thank you. All right. Have y'all been able to go over the transcript? Have you been able to, at least I guess, Ms. Merchant, from your perspective, translate the timing into where we are on here? What I'm saying is, I want us all, when we finish this exercise, to have an identical transcript marked appropriately, and as Mr. Gibbs suggested, it's probably a good idea to run it through on the video. I'm sorry that hasn't happened before now, but
Judge, I have not compared all the dates and times. I was trying to keep up as we went.
right, and that's impossible. That's
Right.
evident, right?
And I'll do my best. I did just want to let the court know, and it's important for us to let the court know that this was something that we did not know about until yesterday. This is the state's evidence. This is not our evidence. So we don't control the redacting. The state does. We did not know if the state was going to give Mr. Dukes use or derivative use immunity, because they still were discussing that as recently as last week. And so we certainly didn't know that. And Judge, yesterday when Ms. Hart let us know about this at 7:19 last night, Mr. Gibbs emailed Ms. Hart and specifically said that we just want to make sure we're all on the same page with respect to what portions of the interview will be muted versus played tomorrow, so that we are working on this tonight. Our assumption is that all questions in which Shoudel relays information Shoudel received from Bo will be muted along with Ryan's answer. For example, at 11:06, Shoudel says, "I mean, that's what Bo told us. Was that you who took her purse and her keys? Did you ever go through her car in the morning?" Ryan responds, "No, sir." Our position is that both the question and answer will be muted. Can you confirm this is your plan? If not, let's have a call tonight so we can sort this out before you work on this all night. Then we did not receive a response, still have not received a response to that. We received an email at 11:07 with Ms. Hart's portions to mute, times are exact. We all came here early this morning, and I had an opportunity to speak with Ms. Hart this morning, and I specifically asked her if she wanted to go over the timestamps with me, and she said that I had all of the information and I can bring it up with the court. So I just wanted to let you know that we tried very hard to avoid wasting the jury's time and the court's time to get this done, but without cooperation, we can't get it done.
Well, it was too late to do it yesterday. Let me grab something out of it. What's your next,
I'm sorry, Judge?
Yeah, what's your next, redaction? I'm on, we just took off the bottom of page 18, line 25, top of page 19, lines 1 and 2. So what's next?
I think
Includes, and this time let's include what's already agreed upon to come out, so we can keep up that way too.
Okay, I will
Thank you.
definitely do that, Judge. On page 19 then, lines 4 through 7.
All right.
That is not agreed upon.
I got it. Let me get some context. Okay. Ms. Merchant, why do you think 4 through 6 ought to come out?
Thank you, Judge. If you read, and I know that line 1 is going to be taken out, but if you read it as we are, in context, it says said he took a couple days. He said that. Bo said that. Yes, sir.
That's out. That's out.
That's out. Yes, Judge. But the next statement then, but even though it's out, we still have to read it in context. So
Of course.
what Agent Shoudel is then saying is that y'all piled up some wood. So he says, Bo said that. He said you took a couple days. That y'all piled up some wood and burned her. That's essentially him saying that Bo said you piled up some wood and burned her. That then came back out and did it again, maybe a couple of times over the next couple of days. That, even though that other statement's out, that's what he's saying. This is a continuation of what he's saying Bo told him.
Okay.
We cannot confront Bo on those statements, and so that is a violation of the confrontation clause. It's clear when you read the entire statement that he is reciting to Ryan, and Ryan would have thought he was saying what Bo said, that y'all piled up some wood. I mean, it's essentially Ryan cuts him off. So if you take out where Ryan interrupts and says, yes, sir, it's a long flowing statement about what Bo said. Bo said that. Bo said it took a couple days. Bo said y'all piled up some wood and burned her. That's the implication, that this is what Bo said.
All right, so where do you go back on page 18 then to where you think it should start being redacted?
Well, I believe the state agreed on page 18 that that essentially all of the stuff from, let's see.
What do you have marked on your document? The line numbers on page 18 that you...
At the bottom, 23 through 25.
That's it?
Well, I wasn't talking about the top part. Let me see.
Yeah, the whole page. What's your wish about it coming out on those pages?
Line 13, and that's what he said, and you put it down deeper in the woods. Yes, sir. That's what Bo said. And again, it's our position, questions and answers should come out. Unless the answer is something that In fairness, unless the answer is something that's not in
So
response.
so, in answer to the question, line 13, you believe should come out,
Yes, Judge.
and 14, all right?
And 15, his response.
Ms. Hart, 14, 13, 14, 15.
As to 13, 14, 15, I am in agreement that the statement, that's what he said, will come out. That is in the email that was sent, and those are the times that I've marked. The question, and you put it down deeper into the woods, however, is a question. It is not a statement of what Bo told him. And so it's the state's position that that does not come out, it does not get redacted, and it's not part of what I included.
All right. So it would read, that exchange would read then, commencing at line 10, Agent Shoudel, so you pick her body up, and you and Bo pick her body up and put it in the truck, in his truck. Yes, sir. And you put it down deeper into the woods. Yes, sir. Correct? That's how you propose it be read.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You get the last say, Ms. Merchant.
Judge, it's our position that the period is for the transcript, but it's all one statement. That's what he said, and you put it down deeper into the woods. That's one statement. There, in our position, there's no period there. That's an entire statement. And then the response is yes, sir.
All right.
And I believe the state agreed on,
All right, let's do it one at a time.
Okay.
Line 13 will redact, that's what he said, period, that's it. I understand in your position there is no period there, but, and you put it down deeper in the woods, yes, sir. All right? That's over your objection. If you can do that, and we'll see if you can
Yes,
do
Your Honor. I
that.
have the seconds marked for specifically that's what he said. Ma'am, I just want to clarify. I think I understand what you're saying, but Your Honor is ruling that the statement, and you put it down deeper into the woods, or the question, that is admissible over objection.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I'm not making any mistakes.
Thank you. No, we need to. All right, Ms. Merchant, what's your next on this page suggestion that be deleted?
line 23. Bo said that was that Wednesday. Yes,
Right.
sir.
That's that.
That's what day he said.
All right. 23 and 24, Ms. Hart.
I agree.
All right, that's out. 25 is out on
Yes,
that.
Your Honor.
Next page, 19, lines 1 and 2 are out.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, how does that ride in then, Ms. Merchant, to the question at line 20 on page 18? Was there a shed out there near the pecan orchard that had some wood in it? The next one would be yes, sir. Is that?
Your Honor, I apologize. I need some Ms. Merchant, but may I address that? Because I actually would not intend to play the yes, sir at that point. So I think that possibly could be misleading, that the yes, sir was in response to
Was there a
shed out
Right.
in the pecan orchard. Now,
Okay.
obviously, they're going to know that something's muted, but I still would not intend. In fact, I've made myself a note to make sure the yes, sir comes out as well.
Or does it suit you to take out then line 3, Ms. Merchant?
Yes, Judge.
Line 4 then, let's pick up. Anything after line 3, what's your next suggestion?
Yes, Judge. Lines 4, 5, 6, and 7.
All right, but y'all picked up some wood and burned it, and then pretty much on. All right, Ms. Hart, I'll hear from you about lines 4 through 7.
So, Your Honor, again, at this point, obviously, all of this, or not all of this, but a good portion of what Agent Shoudel is asking him is coming from the interview he's already done with Bo. I don't dispute that. But the difference is whether or not he is saying, Bo said this, versus asking the question, did this occur? And the second is what's happening in lines 4 through 6. That y'all piled up some wood and burned her, and then came back out again and did it again, maybe a couple times over the next couple of days. And in fact, he disagrees with that. He says, no, sir, we went back once to burn trash.
All right, that's 4 through 7. You get the last say, Ms. Merchant. Anything further on that?
Yes, Judge. Taken in context. So when Agent Shoudel is starting in the middle of page 18, he is going through a series of things that Bo said. Bo said this, Bo said this, Bo said this.
He does, where does it say Bo said that? We're taking all of that out, right?
In the video, you're taking it out, but I'm saying when we're analyzing this statement, what the basis of this statement is, just because the jury doesn't know what's in here, we all know what's in here. We all know what it says. And so that's the question is for us, whether or not it violates the confrontation clause. So if you look at the entire series, Agent Shoudel is asking things that Bo said. Just because in this particular incident he did not say the magic words he said or Bo said, doesn't mean he's not reciting something that Bo told him. So this question is based on what Bo told him entirely. That y'all, Bo, I mean, essentially just because he didn't say at the beginning of line 4, Bo said that y'all piled up some wood and burned her. Just because he didn't say that doesn't change that that's what this is.
Well, I mean, every interview is like that, right? The law enforcement official gets information from somewhere else, whether he repeats, John Smith told me that y'all got some wood from the shed, that's based on, I mean, that could be taken back ad nauseum, right?
100%, Judge, and we are able to cross-examine and confront all of that evidence. And in this case, we cannot confront where that statement came from. That's the difference. Normally, when they ask questions to someone they're interviewing, we can confront the evidence that they're presenting to the defendant, that they're presenting to the person they're interviewing. This statement that Agent Shoudel made is entirely based on what Bo told him. That's what this is. There's absolutely no other place he got that question. He got that question from what Bo told him. We cannot question Bo about the veracity of that statement. But it is entirely from Bo. That's what it is. Just because he doesn't insert the magic words Bo said, it is entirely from Bo. It is entirely what Bo said.
All right. What about, all right. Page 19, lines 4 through 7 will be included in the video, not redacted, over object. All right. What's your next point, Ms. Merchant?
So on line 20, I believe that the state is redacting lines 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
All right, page 20, excuse me. Sorry.
I believe they're redacting lines 4 through 9. Well, I'll let them tell you, but I think they're redacting most of this page.
I'm actually doing more than that. So based on the numbers or the times that were given, the redaction would begin at line 4. Bo's talked a lot about this with us, obviously, you know. And then it would go through line 16.
Including line 16?
Correct, including line 16. It would pick back up at, I think, both of y'all.
Lines 21 and 22.
Hang on just a second. All right, 4 through 16, y'all are going to take out by agreement. That's fine. All right, what's next then, Ms. Merchant?
Lines 21 and 22. And then 23 just doesn't make sense, but if you leave the other two.
Okay, Ms. Hart.
Judge,
21, lines 21 and 22.
Apologize, yes, Your Honor. 21, I have taken out the end of that sentence because Bo said he told your brother. That entire sentence is removed. I am not in agreement that did your brother ever confront you about it should be removed again. It's a question.
Confront you about what? Like, so that's the problem with the like, it doesn't make any sense. Did your brother ever confront you about what? What's he talking about? There's no context.
Judge, line 19 and 20, the last thing they're going to hear is, does your brother know? No, sir. Did your brother ever confront you about it? It does make sense.
Well, you go back to 17, right, Agent Shoudel? I think both of y'all, and then it says unintelligible.
And
Does
Judge,
anybody else know? Does your brother know? Don't you think you ought to take out, I think, both of y'all?
I was actually about to say, I need to check that. I think that is taken out. I think it actually begins back at does anybody else know? But I'm gonna verify that, and I agree, Judge, that that should come out. So line 17.
Do you agree with that, Ms. Merchant?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
I'm fairly certain that's taken out. I think I told you wrong earlier, the more I was looking at it, but.
All right, so then it would read, Agent Shoudel, does anybody else know? Does your brother know? Mr. Duke's answer, no, sir. That's in. Any objection to that remaining in, Ms. Merchant?
No, Judge.
Okay. Next would be, did your brother ever confront you about it? No, he probably thought he was pulling strings. He's a straight up and down guy. He didn't like all that. I don't know what that means either, but any objection to that remaining?
That one, it's fine. It just, originally it was confusing because they may not know what he's talking about, but that's fine. It doesn't bother us though, if they don't know.
All right. Anything else on page 20? All right, 21, Ms. Merchant. Anything on that page?
No, Judge.
22, Ms. Hart, nothing on 21 from your perspective either, right?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 22.
No, Judge.
Ms. Hart, anything on 22?
No, Your Honor.
Page 23.
I know there is. I'm just trying to figure out where it
It's
says.
line 3. Well, actually, it starts on line 2, because both showed us where.
Right. So I'm guessing they want to say we already have agents out there, which,
Just take your time and read through it and see what you think is appropriate.
well, I had marked that entire statement because I was trying to not cut things off in the middle of a sentence because it's really confusing
All
when you
right,
do
so
that.
you're talking about beginning at page 1 on page 23.
1 through 4,
Or
yes,
line 1 on page 23.
1 through 4, that whole thing.
All right. Ms. Hart, what about lines 1 through 4 on page 23?
So, Your Honor, there are times when you cut something out that doesn't make sense. This is not one of them. The entire statement that the jury would hear is, I want you to know now we already have probably about 15 or 20 agents out there. Yes, sir. And
All right, you get the last say.
It doesn't make sense. Why would they have 15 or 20 agents out there if Bo hadn't told them? Ryan hadn't told them. I mean, it just doesn't make sense.
you know, that's just the facts of the case. When you see the video, you see the other agents out there digging.
All right, we'll take out lines 1 through 4 on that one. All right, next, Ms. Merchant.
Actually, I think quite some ways.
Just I apologize, may I ask a question? Just again, I want to make sure. I understand Your Honor's ruling. I'm making notes to make sure I add that. But the fact that there were agents out there, that's not something I don't need to ask Agent Shoudel about.
No, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to be clear.
Those lines 1 through 4 will redact.
So I'm not sure, I only marked on my paper the ones that the state had not included. So I don't know if these next couple pages, because it's a ways before we get back to Bo, it's at 35 minutes in.
All right,
So-
Ms. Hart, what about the rest of page 23? You got any?
There's not going to be, and it does jump quite some time, Judge. So just so the court knows, and I apologize, is it okay if I still remain seated? Just so the court has an idea of how this will be presented, you have to understand what we have. So the portion we've just been discussing is all audio. There's no video of that. Shortly after this, they start a video. So at that point, there's both an audio recording and a video recording of the remainder of that discussion.
Where does they, on this document, when do they leave heading out to the orchard? Is that?
The transcript is not on, the leaving to go to the orchard is not on the first part of the transcript, it's on the second part.
Okay. So all the way through volume 1, which is 43 pages, they're still in the initial
Yes, Your Honor.
interrogation. Okay.
So what happens is, as I indicated, Agent Shoudel turns on a video. Agent Shoudel then leaves the room and leaves Ryan writing the written statement that Your Honor has seen and will be admitted in this case. And so there's actually so my intention would be to stop the audio at the end when Agent Shoudel gives him the piece of paper to write a statement. What I would then do is start the video, which picks up about that same time period, and you can see and hear now what's going on in the room.
All right, wait a minute. So in the same room, part of it, even though there was video capacity, at the beginning of the interview, it was not turned on?
It's not, the answer is yes, but it's not a video that's built into the room. It's something that they carry with them, they have to put together. And so at that point, because there's a pause in the interview anyway, they take the time to put the video up. But they leave the audio recording. But it would be my intention not to play the remainder of the audio by itself, because we would basically be playing the same thing twice, would be to just simply play it from the video at that point. There's about 20 to 30 minutes where Agent Shoudel is out of the room speaking with Ryan's family, and that portion, while Agent Holland is in the room, there's no questions really going on. There's nothing being said. And so the state would not necessarily intend to play the entire 30 minutes of just watching him sitting there, but would pick back up. We'd play a portion of that just so the jury can see him, but then we would pick back up when they start their discussion again.
Where's that?
When is that?
Where is that?
On this transcript? Just a moment, Judge. Because that is still part of this transcript. But I can tell you the page. It's going to be page 27. Essentially page 27. There may be some before that, but that's essentially where it picks back up.
That's where the video gets turned on.
That's where the video is actually turned on before that, but there's like 30 minutes of silence. That's where the talking begins, essentially. So where it says unintelligible on line 1, that's essentially what's going on. If there may be some mumbling that goes on when people are out of the room, I believe. But when it says your folks are fixing to go, that's Agent Shoudel coming back in the room and telling him what's going on outside the room.
And that's the first video and audio?
Yes, Your Honor. And I would be presenting it as the video. So the times I have marked are based on the video.
All right. Let's get up to that point then through this transcript. 23, anything the state intends to redact on page 23.
Sorry, just
Other than the 1 through 4, lines 1 through 4.
Other than the 1 through 4, right, yeah.
So am I redacting the part that his family loves him? I mean, I had not
I'm
intended.
back on page 23. That's 27.
Oh, I'm sorry, 23. No, there was nothing else. It
All right.
skips to 27.
Thanks.
I was confused. I
No
apologize.
problem. We're about to get there.
Maybe a social security number, but on
Is
page
that on there
23.
somewhere?
If I need to do that, that's fine. I actually don't think he says the whole thing, but I haven't looked at it.
Well, it's something's typed in there. Let's redact it. So
Yes, Your Honor. I've been there.
All right. Page 24, Miss Merchant. Did you notice anything there?
No, Judge.
Miss Hart?
No, Your Honor.
24 is clean as it is. Page 25.
No, Your Honor.
No, Judge.
25 is clean. Page 26.
No, Your Honor.
No. Thank you.
All right, that's clean. Now, at the top of 27, we had how long did you say of silence? Did you run 30 minutes, you said?
About 30 minutes, yes, Your Honor.
And the only thing visible then, visually, is, of course, Mr. Duke.
You
At a
can,
table doing some writing, is that?
yes, sir, you can see Agent Holland, sort of maybe the side of him, the back of him, but essentially, yes, the focus.
Is he in the room?
Agent Holland is. They're not talking, but he's in the room.
Not Shoudel.
Correct. Agent Shoudell's outside speaking with the family.
All right, and that's about 30 minutes. And you intend to abbreviate that, or you'd like to abbreviate that?
Unless there's an objection, I would intend not to have us sit here and watch him 30 minutes sitting there.
All right. Any objection?
No objection.
No problem with that. I didn't think so. Thank you. All right, picking back up on 27. Ms. Merchant, have you noticed anything on that case? Objection.
No objection.
Ms. Hart,
No, Your Honor.
27 is clean. Page 26. Ms. Merchant.
We had talked about the military, redacting that, but if that's something they want to keep in, I mean, we don't really have much of an argument either way.
I'm sorry?
Well, we're fine if that's, I wasn't sure if they were planning on redacting that or not.
No.
Okay, then no problem.
All right, page 28 is clean then. 29.
None from the state.
No judge, none.
29 is clean. 30.
None from the state.
No judge.
30 is clean. 31.
None from the state.
No judge, none from the defense.
31 is clean. 32.
None from the state.
No judge, it's fine.
32 is clean. 33.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let me hear from Ms. Merchant first on page 33.
Yes, line 14, would you agree that if Bo was telling me the same story, would you say just based on your condition, his condition, he's probably more clear on it? Mr. Duke, I mean, he could be. So we would ask for lines 14 through 19, just that conversation, that question and answer to be removed.
Ms. Hart, any objection?
Your Honor, not as to 14 through 17. On 18, his response of, I mean, he could be, referencing Bo could be remembering it better. I agree that comes out. However, it would be my intention to start it back up again. Remembering, this is Mr. Duke's statement. At that point, he says, I mean, I know she was dressed when I put her in the quilt.
All right, let me go back up a little bit. Agent Shoudel, tell me about that. Y'all going back down there again. Yes, sir. Like I said, we took it down. Looks like a mini island. I remember that. Okay, you don't remember what happened to the clothes or anything like that? No, sir, I don't. All right, your proposal is then to leave in, I know she was dressed when I put her in the quilt. Is that correct?
To be specific, I would actually leave it. I know she was dressed when I put her in the quilt. That would be my proposal, yes.
All right. Well, we all agree 14 through 17 should come out.
Yes, Your Honor, and that's marked and ready to come out.
18, certainly, I mean, he could be, should come out.
Yes, Your Honor.
Line 18 come out all the way down to, I know she was dressed when I put her in the quilt. Okay. Any objections to leaving that part?
Yes, Judge, it's the same one. It's the answer to the question, and so if there's a question that comes out, we believe the answer should come out as well.
Well, I think that last sentence is the answer to the previous question that doesn't come out. I think the first sentence of Mr. Duke's response is the answer to the most recent question. So I would leave in I know she was dressed when I put her in the quilt.
That's certainly gonna be how it reads when we take out the question in the middle, that it's the answer to the previous question. That's correct.
This is the way I read it. Okay, you don't remember what happened with the clothes or anything like that? No, sir, I don't. I just know that she was dressed when I put her in the quilt.
Yes.
Right.
But that's
what-
not, but so that's the exact problem. That's how it's gonna read. But when he answers, I mean, he could be, I know she was dressed when I put her in the quilt. That answer is in response to, would you agree if Bo was telling me the same story based on his condition and your condition, he was a little bit more clear. That's what he's answering. He's not answering the question that's gonna look like he's answering now.
I disagree with.
Thank you.
All right, second sentence, beginning with I just, on line 18 through 19 will stay. All right, anything further on that page, Ms. Merchant?
No, Judge.
Ms. Hart?
No, Your Honor.
All right, page 34, Ms. Merchant.
Lines 10 through 12, about Bo. And then also lines 17 through, 17 is the question, and then the answer is 21 and 22, so 17 through 22.
All right, thank you. Let me just read this.
Judge, we actually don't have any objection to 10 and 11, just 17 through 22.
All right, Ms. Hart, 17 through 22.
17 through
Line 17 through 22, page 34.
Yes, Your Honor. 17 through 18, I agree. The beginning of 19, the end of the sentence. So essentially, what would come out is, like I said, based on what he told us, he did say that you took it to the cleaners, to the dumpster behind the cleaners. I agree that comes out. The next line, or the next portion of that, is a question. I guess your folks own that cleaners. No, sir. I had an aunt that used to work there a long time. Did you stop anywhere else and get any drugs from anybody that night? Because they have already talked about him possibly dumping the purse and the keys behind the dumpster, or in a dumpster behind the cleaners earlier in this interview, Judge, I don't believe that I guess your folks own that cleaner should come out. And my intent right now would, the times I sent them do not include, I guess your folks own that cleaners in his response.
All right, anything further on 17 through 22, Ms. Merchant?
Judge, so now it's going to read, I guess your folks owned that cleaners. No, sir, I had an aunt that used to work there for a long time. It just seems random and doesn't really make sense, but it doesn't.
No, I'm going to sustain that. We'll take out 17 through 22 on page 34. All right, anything else on that page?
No, Judge.
All right, page 35, Ms. Merchant, and
on line 18, it starts with Bo seemed to think when he saw her out in the fields. It would be our opinion that 18 through 25 comes out then.
Okay, let me just-
Well, actually, so I'm sorry. At the end of line, so it's a little confusing. So in this one, it would be line 18, line 19, line 20, and then it would end at hands on 21, because that's Bo's statement. But he said that it looked like she had some marks around her neck, like with hands. The second part of that is not about Bo's statement.
All right.
I'm in agreement with that, Judge.
All right, so your proposal, Ms. Merchant, is to exclude, beginning on line 21 with could it be possible, or not to exclude everything above that beginning at line 18, right?
Exclude everything before could it be possible? Yes, Judge.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what I mean. All right. So the question would just be, could it be possible that in whatever shop or whatever was going on with that could have taken place? That stays in, and that will be the question, right?
Yes, Judge.
All right, so line 18 through 21, but leaving on line 21, could it be possible, right?
Yes, Your Honor, that's what I sent.
All right. Rest of that page okay, Ms. Merchant?
Yes, Judge.
Page 36.
Judge, our objection started at line 11. So, I mean, it has to go to 17. 18 and 19, we don't really have any objection to, but it just doesn't make sense. It's a random, is it possible? Yes, sir.
All right, hang on.
Actually, we would need to take that out, Judge, because if you take out the section I objected to, it would then look as though he was answering the question posed in line 8 and 9.
I was talking to him about this punch, right?
Right.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, your proposal is 11 through 19, correct?
Yes, Judge.
Be excluded, Ms. Hart?
Your Honor, I definitely agree on 11 through 17. And I want to object to 18 and 19. I don't know that I have it right now to come out, but
I think that could go either way. Let's go ahead and redact it, though. Lines 11 through 19 in total.
Judge, on page 37, line...
So you got that
Oh, I'm
noted?
sorry.
That's all right. You got that noted, Ms. Hart?
yes, Your Honor, sorry.
All right, the rest of page 36 okay with everybody?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Page 37.
Just lines 21. I mean, it really should start at line 20 to make sense, but about what Bo told Stephen, what you told him.
All right, Stephen is your brother?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, what page are we on?
37.
37.
Okay. Were you waiting for my response, Judge? Sorry.
Now, let me
Okay.
get it in there. All right, is there any mention of Stephen much up to this point? in this interview that y'all recall?
He's asked him multiple times if Stephen knew, as he told Stephen, does Stephen ever confront you? We've actually already talked about some of those before. And for context, it's also, they've already talked about the fact that Stephen was living with Ryan and Bo at the time.
All right, Ms. Merchant.
The statement, I know Bo told Stephen what you told him, that's got to come out. So if that comes out, did Stephen, I mean, I guess you could end it at told him on 21, and then it would be, did Stephen ever confront you about this and maybe just didn't believe you? We don't have a problem with that. It's still kind of confusing, but that at least withdraws that objection part.
Sure, Ms. Hart. So it would be, is it possible that, did Stephen ever confront you, or take out, is it possible that? That doesn't add anything. Just start with, did Stephen ever confront you about this and maybe you just didn't believe it?
Judge, what I have marked right now to come out is only the statement, I know Bo told Stephen what you told him. If that is the way that it's done, it would read, or it would sound, sort of going back, you never disclosed this to anybody before, no sir, other than that beginning with Bo, yes sir. Is it possible that, did Stephen ever confront you about this and maybe just didn't believe you?
That's okay.
He may have, and if he did, I would have lied.
I mean, I think that's okay.
Either way is fine, as long as that Bo told Stephen what you told him.
Yes, that was what was in what I said, Judge.
All right, we'll certainly exclude that part of line 21. I know Bo told Stephen what you told him. The rest of that page is okay then, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Page
Sorry.
Okay. Page 38, Ms. Merchant.
No, Judge.
Ms. Hart, anything on page 38?
No, Your Honor.
39, Ms. Merchant.
No, Judge.
Ms. Hart,
No, Your Honor.
page 40.
None from the state.
No, Judge.
All right, 41, Ms. Merchant.
I don't think there was anything from the state on that either.
Ms. Hart, 41.
No, Your Honor. Nothing.
All right, 41's clean. Page 42, Ms. Merchant.
No, Judge.
Ms. Hart, anything on 42?
No, Your Honor.
All right, that's clean. Page 43, Ms. Merchant.
No, Judge.
43 clean.
Yes,
Ms.
Your
Hart?
Honor.
All right. That's the end of volume 1 then, right?
Yes, Judge.
Y'all had an opportunity to look over the second part.
With the help of my trusty law partner.
All right.
I think this was actually not very, there's not a lot.
All right, now this starts obviously a second portion at the top of page 2 of this transcript. Today's date, Wednesday, February the 22nd, 2017. The time is now 2:42. We're going to start working on the arrest record at this point. All right, tell me where we're at here, Ms. Hart. What is this?
Your Honor,
part of
this
the
is
same
still at the police department. It begins at the police department. It has them riding to Ben Hill. It has them walking around the scene, and then it has them coming back to the sheriff's department for booking.
So this starts up before all that, right?
This starts up at the police department when they're doing the booking, yes, sir. But it's a long, about 2 hours, I think.
All right, and you intend to present this to the jury, right?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, not the transcript, but the actual.
Right. the
Yes,
answer.
Your Honor.
All right. Page 2 then, of volume 2, Ms. Merchant.
Judge, our first objection is on page 9, if that helps.
All right. You aware of anything between pages 2 and 9 then, Ms. Hart?
Sorry, ma'am. We're looking at part 2, page 9. Just to the judge, I apologize. What was the,
Between pages, anything prior to page 9, starting at page 2, the first page.
this will be an easier one. No, sir.
All right, those are clean. What you got on page 9? Ms. Merchant?
Lines 18, 19, and 20, ending at you know. It's a comment on his credibility. I mean, I guess that's all we can hope for is fine. It just doesn't make sense. Our real objection is I appreciate you being honest. Unless they want to open the door to false confession. I mean, then we would withdraw it.
All right, so specifically lines 18 and half of 19, right?
I appreciate you being honest with us, specifically.
Ms. Hart?
Judge, I didn't have that marked, and I saw it more as the the interview strategy, but I don't necessarily have an objection to it coming out. It doesn't add anything to my case.
All right, we'll take out, I appreciate you being honest with us.
And to be clear, that's the only thing I'm taking out.
On page 9, yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure I'm specific. Thank you, Judge.
All right, nothing else on page 9, Ms. Merchant?
No, Judge.
Page 10,
No, Judge.
Ms. Hart?
Not on 10, no, sir.
11?
Yes, sir.
No, Judge.
What you got, Ms. Hart?
Oh, wait,
Oh,
hold
it was
on.
11?
Hold on. 11?
Yeah. Let me make sure it's the right page.
When Bo tells me that he sees marks on the neck, I tend to believe him. So it's lines 7 and 9. I'm sorry, Judge.
Any objection to 7 through 9 coming out?
No, Your Honor, I have those marked. Well, I have 7 and 8 marked. I didn't have 9.
I'll be honest with you, I've never seen that happen. I'm not saying it can't, but so when Bo,
Just 7 and 8, Judge.
Yeah. But so essentially, it says.
I'm not saying it can't.
Actually, I left in, I'm not saying it can't, and then pause, but so when Bo tells me that he sees those marks on the neck, I tend to believe him, unpause, or unmute.
Yeah, that comes up.
But to be clear, that I'm not saying it can't is allowed to stay in.
I don't see any problem with that.
Thank you, Judge.
Anything else on page 11, Ms.
No,
Merchant?
Judge.
Thank you. Page 12?
No, Judge.
Ms. Hart?
Your Honor, no, and I will tell the court, at this point, I don't believe I had any more places that I saw for the remainder of this interview. Now, I had intended during lunch to re-listen to some of it, just to be sure, but I didn't have anything else that would come out after this point.
All right. Ms. Merchant?
Mr. Merchant does not believe there was anything else. I have reviewed this.
All right. Let's see what we can do about a run-through, as Mr. Good suggested, and let's listen to it.
So I am prepared right now to do the run-through for the ones I had marked. Obviously, I'll need time to go back and...
Exactly. Take whatever time you need, but I'd like to do that today.
Yes, Your Honor.
We're going to recess right now. Please be thinking of any other exercise y'all think we need to go through like this. And we'll do that today too, if y'all can think.
Judge, we would like to discuss some scheduling issues today, but this is the only audio video we've ever intended to use, and had always intended to mute portions of it. So.
We are here and willing to review any exhibits ahead of time, and whatever we can review ahead of time, we're happy to.
Thank y'all. Ms. Hart, yell when you ready to go, okay? On the All right. Ms. Hart, y'all ready to go?
Believe so.
Let me get you. All right, let's do this. Ms. Merchant, if something comes up that you believe has been missed outside of what we spoke about, please raise your hand or speak up and we'll stop it at that point, okay?
Zero was kind enough to make a copy of the summary chart we did of the statements and cross
Great.
through your rulings. We made an extra copy. Would the court like to review that as we go forward?
Yes, boy.
It took out our notes.
All right, and y'all have the transcripts too. All right, thank you. That'll help. Let me ask you, is the audio just coming from the television or will it come through the speakers as well on the wall?
This is its own thing, so it's going to come to the speakers.
So just, that's the only audio is from the television itself?
Correct.
Thank you. And whatever's displayed now will not be displayed on these monitors, correct? This will be
Correct.
the jury's only way to see it, all right?
You ready, Judge?
Ready?
Today's date is Wednesday, February 22nd, 2017, and approximately 12:52 located at the Ocilla. Interview Ryan due pursuant to the federal statute. Didn't ask the question, unless you get on. I have any idea why I actually come out.
I couldn't hear anything.
I'm going to be taking notes.
So, Judge, we were adjusting the audio between the computer and this, so I can back it up. I think it's good now.
All right, thank you. Let's start.
Sorry about that.
Somebody, you mind sitting over here, Judge, in the jury box and just, you got pretty good hearing, don't you? All right, we'll just
Somebody with bad hearing, I'm good.
sit on the back row, please, and
Yeah.
let me know what you can hear. Yeah, well, that'd be fine. Sure. Thank you, Judge. All right, we're ready, Ms. Roy.
Judge.
Today's date is Wednesday, February 22nd, 2017, and approximately 12:52 a.m. located at the Ocilla Police Department. Interviewing Ryan Duke pursuant to the current investigation. You didn't ask the question, I guess we can get it later. Do you have any idea why that should come out? And I'm going to be taking notes as with dialogue back and forth. Don't think I'm ignoring you. Remember, we are just audio recording, so it keeps this information in. What makes you think it's about that? Okay. Tell me what happened. I just break some people's houses.
I can't hear anything. Is that just the way it is?
No, Your Honor, we were supposed to practice with the audio during lunch break when we were doing this instead. So we have not actually practiced with the audio yet. So we'll have time to play with that. But right now I'm just going to turn it full blast, but some of that is what's causing the feedback you were getting out of Jason Shoudel. The problem is Agent Shoudel talks a lot louder than the defendant, but I'm going to turn it full blast and we'll get what we get. Can I just restart it where it is for today's purposes?
I prefer you start it over, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Today's date is Wednesday, February 22nd, 2017, at approximately 12:52 a.m. located at the Ocilla Police Department. Interview of Ryan Duke, pursuant to the current station. You didn't ask me yesterday, I guess we can get back to it again. Do you have any idea why I've actually come back to work? Now, I'm going to be taking notes with that. I was like, we're not there anymore. Remember, we have this audio recording, so it's a mission. What makes you think it's about there? Okay. So, what happened? You're doing the right thing. Right now you are. It doesn't matter when. Okay. Here is here. But you're doing the right thing. Well, I'm telling you. Have you done this for a long time? This is very, I can see on the face, I can tell yesterday that this was bothering you. So now, let's back up. What night did you go to her house?
So strong out, I was working in the factory, working 70-some hours a week. It was in September. Later in the year, the fall, the exact year, I don't know, everything's just.
He told me that. Just read number one so I can verify you can't read. Anything I say it can be to get some cool law. I go out and talk to a lawyer and have a present with me while I'm being questioned. If I can't afford to hire a lawyer, one will be the one to represent me before any question if I wish. And I can decide at any time to exercise these rights and I'll answer any questions in case you understand. That means rights of mine, they are willing to talk to the law enforcement officer. That's the matter of myself.
I'm looking for the bar first.
Thank you. I haven't been threatened, I haven't promised anything. I have not been forced in any way to answer any questions. I need you to sign your name there, put your initials next to each number, acknowledging, and this is not an additional deal, this is just your understanding of your rights and what applies. Please. Whatever, however you do your initials. It's just acknowledging that we went through those together and you understand. Your parents obviously don't know any of this. Okay. Does anybody else know? Be honest with me. Alright, so let's back up. So one night, sometime in the fall, I'm assuming this is around the time when she went missing. Okay. And part of what you did led to her being missing, right?
I got so scared I went home, but I didn't even go inside, turn around and live, and go with them cops around or anything like that. I knew she was hurt. I went back to when she was gone.
I'll be honest with you, I know a little bit more than that.
Stop that for a minute, Mrs. Hart, okay?
Yes, Sean.
You know, this air conditioning system, we cannot control because some company that they're going to save all the county's money and it's crazy. We got to figure out how to keep that off while this is going to be played. Can you help us figure that out, Mr. Donovan? So we can control it? Lights and everything?
No, the air and all of them.
Well, I think it makes a significant interference with the jury's and everybody else's ability to hear. So, how long again does this run?
Closer to the jury. We weren't leaving it back here. We just had it here because it was easier for the people to bring it forward today. I think we're going to have to for it to be, I mean, obviously they're able to move if they need to move, but I think using this system, that's the only way it's going to be loud enough. The problem is Agent Shoudel is so much louder than the defendant, and I can't change that. That's just how it was that day. And so our intention when we were speaking about it was that this was actually going to be closer to the jury. We didn't do that today because there's no jury. But
Shoudel be your first witness.
yes, sir.
All right, so let's get it as cool as we can first thing in the morning.
I've been leaving it on all the, not one thing to change, like we had in the past, we couldn't leave it on. It'll be on tonight, all night.
All right, and we'll just cut it off at 9 o'clock when we start, or when we get ready to turn this on, and leave it off until we finish. Okay. Go down, if you will, please, Ms. Ross. Why don't you go do that now so we can make sure. And if anybody warms up, you're welcome to take off your jackets. Anything like that. Thank you.
Just the last part, we've already had an issue.
All right, good. Well, I wasn't paying attention. Refer to the transcript, please.
Okay, on the transcript on page 9,
Right?
line 6, Ms. Hartman agreed to take out, I'll be honest with you, I know a little bit more, and that just played. The I'll be honest with you plate is because this computer is not function mute, it is control mute. So I hit the wrong thing. It was the first time I was doing it on this computer that way.
Okay.
So that was actually, it said, I'll be honest with you, is the part that you heard. That would not, and I don't mind rewinding it and showing you how it's going to be done, but the reason was because I hit function mute instead of control mute.
So.
Which again, these are all the kinks we were supposed to be working out during lunch today.
No, that's fine. But I'll be honest with you, on line 6 will not.
It will not be played, no
Right.
sir.
Right. And then we were still off when we.
Yes, there's a second left before I was supposed to unmute it.
Where do you anticipate it starting back?
You mean when I?
Yeah, 1 second left. Where's it pick back up?
It's 7 minutes and 16 seconds in. I would be unmuting it at 7:17. Which I can't remember exactly where we agreed right this second, Judge, because that one we had agreed to, so we didn't discuss, so I haven't marked on the transcript. But the time is 7:17 is what I sent them last night. I don't believe there was an objection to any of that.
All right, let's. Yeah, Mr. Gibbs, you, about the time I realized this should have been done a long time ago, you had the floor, and I feel like I bit your head off, and I shouldn't have done that. I apologize.
It's okay, Your Honor. No worries, no worries.
Well, I got agitated with you on the record, so I wanted to apologize to you. I should have done.
I appreciate it.
Oh, Sierra wanted me to let you know that on the copy, the timestamp copy,
Yeah.
that not on there. Yeah, that was the only one that I missed when I was going through it.
Of yours.
Yeah, on mine. On the one
I'm
you
marking
have.
it on this hard copy as well.
Thank you. All right, it sounds like it's winding down.
And you have the timestamp, so kind of helpful if it might be hard to.
Seven, when you're turning back on Ms. Hart?
Your Honor, it was paused at 7:16. 7:17 is the time that I had to unmute it. It would probably be better.
It was paused at when?
7:16. 7 minutes and 16 seconds in is where I paused it. Would it be better if I just rewind it to before the meeting?
Probably, yeah. Thank you, Ms. Ross.
Tell me when I can begin, Judge.
Ready?
And it's starting at 6:46. 6 minutes and 46 seconds. Except I muted it. Let's try that again. 6:40.
There wasn't no cops around or anything like that. I knew she was hurt, and I went back to her. She was gone.
I'll be up.
So, Judge, I guess I'm confused. I'll back it up again, but the 6:49 I thought we had agreed on. So, I'll do it again.
I knew she was hurt, and I went back to her.
Well, if you leave in, I'll be honest with you, it just doesn't make any sense when you pick back up to me. So let's,
It's muted, Judge. That's what's happening right now. I did mute it that time.
okay, good. Go ahead.
It's playing. It's just muted.
Let's back up, okay? You were at the house, you broke into, you cracked on, broke into the house. You were digging through the bush, and she surprised you. And you immediately turn around and you punch her in the hair, right over here.
That's one thing I can't remember. It's exactly what happened.
Okay. I mean, could it be something other than a punch, or like, could have been like a choking, just a scare and fear? You know, that does happen. Is it possible?
I'm sure I'm going to say.
Okay. Okay, that's what I'm
I
saying.
have to do it.
Okay. So you hit her and she fell to the ground. Was there any blood or anything?
Not that I don't know. I mean, I ran as soon as it happened. I ran.
And then you said, how did you get there?
That's what I have a hard time remembering, because I've been drinking, and I don't even remember getting in the car. Pretty much, I took the keys out of his pants.
Okay, so he's passed out. Do you remember, was this like after midnight? This is pretty late, wasn't it?
So I passed out, drinking.
Do you remember any animals in the house or outside of the house? So you probably, if you took his truck, you probably drove over there. Do you remember where you parked that around there? Just on the same street? And why her? Of all the people, why her? I mean, did you know it was whose house it was before you got here? I mean, if y'all had a relationship or there was something else there, that's okay. She had relationships with lots of people, including other students. That's not a secret. So you hit her and she fell, and you think at that point she was probably because you had to go, y'all both went back there and she was still not moving.
That's right, I went back on myself.
Okay.
Said she go check her pulse. Back with more.
Okay. So did you immediately, you said you left and you had to come back. So I'm assuming the door was still probably not locked. Or did you have to break back in again, or?
Actually, I mean, I don't remember having to, so I don't think I locked it. I mean, I'm not even sure if I shut the door.
So you immediately you're probably thinking I probably need some help with this, but then they changed your mind at first.
I don't know what it was weird, panic. I don't know if I forgot it. I took it to
Did you take anything from the house? Did you take the purse and the keys? Pushed her on the way out there?
after all that.
So you were going through a purse, so obviously that was the initial, you probably thought, hey, that's,
I was just ready when I found out. Honestly, I never knew. But a little way, I mean, obviously, I realized it.
did you ever go through her car or anything? Okay. So you go through her purse and do whatever afterwards, you go and you pick up her body. You put it on a Veteran, right? So you came home and he told what you had done. I don't think he believed you at first, did he? Okay. So at first he didn't believe you, and now we're probably rolling.
Judge, I think that was supposed to be, I don't think he believed you, did he? I did not have that in my notes. But I don't think I thought it was objected to, but I don't have it in my notes that it was
So you
granted.
came home, this is on page 17, line, starting at line 9, Agent Shoudel. So you came home and you told Bo what you had done. I don't think he believed you at first, did he? I think I did overrule the objection,
Okay.
but now that I hear it, I've reconsidered it, and I think that should come out. I don't think he believed you at first. I know that's hard to keep up with, but that's going to be deleted. I don't think he believed you at first, did he? Thank you.
Well, Judge, I don't have those times yet, so I'm just going to go ahead and play it right now, and I'll have to make note of those times.
Thank you.
I'm restarting it at 14:02. It was muted.
Yes, sir, I would have some better too.
You go get and you go right back out there and you told him what you'd done again. And he probably still didn't believe you, but you kind of had proof of it. And down there, and nobody's still where you left it, correct?
And Judge, line 15 on that page, Sunday, Monday is what he says. It's lines 13 through 15. Okay, so at first he doesn't believe you, and now we're probably rolling into like Sunday, Monday is what he says.
All right, Ms. Hart.
I'm sorry, are we re-arguing an issue, or are we saying that I did something wrong?
Is what he says. I mean, I don't remember us discussing that. If we did, I missed it. I'm sorry.
I don't have it marked down, I'm not sure. I'm trying to back it up because I'm paying attention to times and not what's being said.
You go right back out there and you told him what you'd done again. And he probably still didn't believe you, but you kind of had proof of it. And down there, and nobody's still where you left it, correct?
Judge, we talked about lines 20 and 21, and he probably still didn't believe you, but you kind of had to prove it to him, didn't you? Was that one that was overruled?
I thought I marked everything that was coming out, and I did not have that marked out.
I don't think I had the transcript at that point, so it wasn't. It's on the other copy. We went back and started from like the second one when the transcript was given. Ms. Hart, do you have the timestamp on that one? 1424 to 1437, because we actually changed it. The judge did add some that was not there originally. Originally, it was 1424 to 1429, I believe.
So you and the two of you, that's 14. Let me get caught up on the timestamp here, please. All right, Ms. Hart, please back it up if you can to coming.
I have this on the email from Ms. Hart. I have the email pulled up.
All right,
1405 to 1408. I muted 1405 to 1408. That's what he says. That was muted. You didn't hear that. We were at 1424, and I had muted at 1424. He said at this time she was new. That's where we are in the transcript.
right. That's what I have. But let's back up, please, to $13.17, please.
To the time of 13:07.
Yes, ma'am.
Do my best.
Tell me about the gloves. That's the language.
Okay, so the closest I can get it, Judge, is 13:11.
That's fine. Just put it there.
Okay, no,
Lay roll.
I have a question, because I'm supposed to mute it at 13:13. Do you still want me to mute it or let it play without being muted?
Just play without it being muted. But remember to mute it tomorrow.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm going off my list. That's why I'm just trying to make sure what you want me to do today.
Thank you.
Okay, so this starts at 13:11.
And I know you're telling the truth, I know that's wrong, I know that's true.
Right.
Tell me about the gloves. I know there were some gloves at the house. Is that gonna have your DNA on it?
It's their honest. I just,
Was it just accidental leaving the glove, or was it pure accident? Well, and I'll tell you, Bo said that when y'all were having the altercation, he said that you told him that you had strangled and you used your hands because she was scared. Like maybe it was more, because the first was in the bedroom. This was in the bedroom, right?
All right, but hang on just a second. I'm sorry. I'm not on the same page. I just,
Judge, that was muted before. You told me not to mute them now.
right. Well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, mute that, or starting now, keep muting, okay?
Okay, yes, sir.
Thank you.
And that was muted the first time I played it as well.
It was.
Okay. So, give me just a second.
So you came home and you told Bo what you had done. I don't think he believed you the first week.
Okay, that's the portion that Your Honor has changed, what your
Exactly.
ruling was.
I don't think he believed you at first.
Correct.
Did
So,
he?
I'm gonna have to get those exact times.
All right.
So I muted it at 14:01, which was originally 14:05, so I'm gonna restart it. It's muted right now.
You want to keep and you see what right back up and you told him what you had done again. And he probably still didn't believe you, but you kind of had proof on you. And down there, and her body's still where you left it, correct?
I mean, she was there for a couple of days.
So you pick her body up, you would pick her body up, put her in your truck, in his truck. So you want me to be the one to tell them this? Well, they're probably not. They're probably still out there right now. You understand this? Well, I tell you what I'm going to do is, we're going to go ahead and collect your DNA, and I just want to let you know that I want to show you these just so I can say that we did it. Is that the person we're talking about? That's the same person whose house you went into. That's the same person that we're just going to call it is we killed him. You know what's going on. We have a search warrant. We already have it. This is for your DNA. But this is your copy. I have to give this to you, okay? And no matter what, I want you to understand that we're not here today to like make you to be some monster. You're not. Things happen in life. Other things happen. I know you're hard on your show right now. But well, I'll tell you what could make it better is the fact that you're coming forward today and doing the right thing. Whether you think it means anything or not, it does. And would you mind, like I said, when we get done with all this, obviously I don't have to tell you this. Would you mind riding out there with us and kind of showing us? Are you going to kind of help us out a little too, okay? You okay with that? And what I'm going to do is when I'm out here talking with you folks, I'm going to let Maddie stay in here with you and while I go out there, and I'm going to give you my notepad. And I want you, if you can, this is completely up to you to write down how you feel about this. And I want you to put down as if you were talking to maybe your family or something like that, or anybody. Would you have a problem doing that? Okay. Give me that section. I'm sorry. Do you remember what happened with the other glove? Did you just probably burn it with the stuff? Is that the trash that you maybe burned? Where did they come from? Do you know? Okay. You don't still have any of those gloves, do you? Is there anything at your house right now that we need to go and take a look at to make sure from this? Anything that you would have taken or still have? Okay. We'll probably you know where the clothes gloves were?
Translucent, kind of clear.
Okay.
Could be wrong.
So you just use the gloves when you move the body?
I don't think I used them. I remember getting them. And I'm saying,
So it's kind of possibly you did, possibly you did.
I just.
And what I need you to do is put your initials, you know, I did mine over half and half. I need you to do the same thing on that bottom part. We're going to do that one more time, okay? Set my computer up right now, okay? And then there's a camera attached to it.
And Judge, I would be stopping the audio there, which is, it's 2501 specifically. You ready for me to start the video?
Yeah, this is where you're flipping over to the video and
Yes, Your
audio.
Honor.
Will it pick up right where you left off with, I'm going to, you just sit tight? I mean, that would be any gap between the audio and then the video and audio?
No, Your Honor, but I'll let you see the first of it.
Someone came in and let you write down what you told me, okay?
There's no video.
Just put your name on the phone, and then just start writing whatever you
Show now?
continue, if you want to write down exactly what you're saying, it's fine, whatever you want, whatever people like to hear those.
I'm just trying to close this out, but it's definitely.
Yeah.
We don't see it afterwards if she does.
Okay.
screen before, right?
Yeah. You can see your strengths.
Do you think it's the problem with the duplicate thing? Can you see the video like not playing on my screen?
I see your screensaver,
Oh.
and I see that it's open.
Let me try
Try
this.
this.
See, let me just try this real quick and see. Tell me if you know this works.
Extend, try duplicate. There we go. That's what it was.
And again, obviously, Judge, we're going to need to play with the audio a little bit, but.
Somebody came in and let you one day what you told me, okay? Just put your name on the top, and then just start writing whatever you think is important for us to know. Anything will continue, if you want to write out exactly what you told me, it's fine, whatever you want. I like it in your words. Because this is what gets seen. I want your emotion and I want your feelings on this. So whatever you feel is important would be a good thing to write, okay? Go back a second, okay?
Judge, do you want me to play through the portion where he's actually just sitting there writing, or skip forward to the talking?
I don't think you're not planning on playing that in front of the jury, though.
A portion of it so they can observe him, but not the whole, like it's like 20 minutes or something, not the whole 20 minutes.
Why don't you just play what you intend to play to the.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was going to say. And Judge, I'll be stopping it there. It's, says 7:36. That would be the approximate time I'll be stopping it. And then restarting it. When Agent Shoudel enters the room. Restarting at 22:02.
Your folks are fixing to gun you down this year too. You told me to take care of your mom, you stepped in, and I love very much. And never in touch, okay? sign this, and I'm going to get you to sign as well, okay? And I just have a couple of requests. Before each, like right here and here at the end, put your initials so nobody can go in and put anything in the state. And would you sign a date to you? It's February 22nd, 2017. 2017. And then do it for each paragraph. I just, like I said, because we didn't have the video going. So this, I'm going to go through this one more time, from start to finish. We have the benefit of looking back and knowing when this happened. You said it was in the fall, it was a year that she went missing.
The time was, ever since I tried to kill myself, it was, I can't trace a lot of stuff in the grade.
Okay.
I remember my stuff.
Okay. All right, so in the fall, we know it was 2005. So the fall of 2005, which is how we're still showing. That sounds right after you got out of the military? And so when you got out of the military, you moved in with who? And then, both years. And you Stephen? So, you say one particular night, you don't remember exactly the date, you said you were dealing with, some drugs and some alcohol issues in your life. I'm assuming you started at the house because you said you had to get those keys. So you went into those. What kind of stuff did you have? Were you just kind of like driving around with a soda?
No, so I just thought about it. It's just, you can tell if somebody's home, just,
But it was running. I mean, you never had any relationship with Tara, y'all never messed around, she never knew who you really were. You met her as a teacher, right?
She was a teacher at the school, so I never stopped her.
Okay. So no phone calls, no casual meetings, encounters, accident when they had. So you go to her house, you know what the house looked like? Color? Was there a father's there? And you're not, you obviously didn't park like right in front of the house, I'm assuming, right? But, so you go to the front door, and can start from there about how you got there.
She said something and
Let's go back over you said you called the parents. I know you said it multiple times. You said that this was his daylight when you came home? So you said you went to, what kind of phone did you use? Do you remember which store it was? Was one right next to tax? You went to the payphone there, you said? And how did you call the parents? What did you do? You were hoping that she would answer the phone, and when she didn't, you did something about it.
So I went back to her and she was still in the floor.
What did you do to clean up? You said you wore gloves too, right?
No, sir. Not in my work.
When you went to clean up, you wore gloves?
No, sir. I never
But we're pretty certain you probably put them on, because you know, there's DNA in there. Nobody else helped you? Okay. This is still kind of getting daylight, so it's still kind of dim dark. Nobody obviously saw you. I mean, did you have to pull her? You obviously didn't carry her from the house out into the middle of the road. You probably out the driveway, right? Or pretty close? You just put her in your shoulder. You said you had a bathroom quick, right? Tell me about that again, when I get it.
Which part is late, but it looks like a mini island. I don't remember that. It's not far behind, it's where we put my head.
You said that you don't remember what happened with the clothes or anything like that. Do you remember what she was wearing when you first? Like, green jeans, shorts, t-shirt. So she was clothed when you had an encounter. And this is very nice. During probably she got arrested. Question, please. We talked about that. You thought about that a little more. Would that be more accurate? What we talked about?
physical violence, my sons, wants to figure it out, and I realized what it was.
The ball wasn't with you that whole night that everything had happened. And
so it's just a bunch of
did you stop anywhere else and get any drugs from anybody that night? After that happened? You said you went back. You said after you dumped the body, once you went back and to clean it up a little bit. Was it messy? Was there a mess to clean it?
I'm sure it was just a nice spot, put it in, just clean the trash, so it was like it was a party.
What about back at Tara's house when you said you went back to go clean up? Was there anything to clean up there? Anything broken, like dirt, struggle, that in whatever shock or what was going on that could have taken place?
I can't say no, because there's, I think, organizations that
it just seems like, I mean, I'm not like the Incredible Hulk, so to speak, so you know, you hitting her one time doesn't seem to be the type of, I'm not saying it can't happen, it can. Could it be maybe a hit and then just to make sure because you're so shocked and freaked out? But you did take gloves with you. We did that. You did take those. Use or didn't use it. You did take those translucent type glove with you to help. Because you don't want to leave anything behind, correct?
Yes, I just set up I was scared. Just some early bad season points.
Throughout the course of all this, I mean, you pretty much, have you stayed now, since all that happened, have you stayed and lived in this area? Nobody's ever talked to you about this before. You've never disclosed this to anyone before. you about this and maybe you didn't believe you? I mean, it's like even like passing or just joking, has anybody ever said, you know, you got anything about that?
Yes, I didn't do anything,
What do you mean? I mean, I understand what you mean.
I don't really know how to phrase it. I just let people say what they want to say.
So the people that pointed their finger at you, I mean, who were these people? Do you remember who they were? You think it was more like joking around? Was that like a kind of a standard kind of joking around? Oh, have you gotten tested? You gotten tested?
Yes, it was. I say it was just a stupid joke. But as if somebody asking me directly, they asked if I'd been tested, and I said, no, nobody ever contacted me.
That's been throughout you. And this is their kind of the first real. I think you kind of wanted to tell us yesterday, didn't you?
So, he took me decent, he was respectful, whoever prejudice behind the law, of course, my window, I heard everything started out and said something before or somebody that actually contacted me about it, because I didn't want to do this to my family. I just, I know for it and all that, but I know that there's still those in their hands. Just like one thing, small thing that we, may not leave, 8,000 maybe, probably must be in these criteria, what if we did this or did that? And I put myself through with something. And I try to treat it, to the drugs.
I can see it, it's coming off of you a little bit more we're talking. I mean, you're upset, but you're not like you were when we first started.
Not to read every line, but it's all every only fucking voice I kept forgetting is just tell it talking shit. Did my influence, you talk in person, and people thought I could be, instead of just doing nothing.
And you said there's nothing, but we're going to go look at the house, there's nothing in the house, anything. I mean, is there anything that we could find that would even be like a book with our news articles in it, and you done like computer searches, you don't have a cell phone or anything like that? Is there anything on there related to this, anything whatsoever, any computer searches? kind of trying to distance yourself from it the whole time?
It's gonna fall out of something everywhere.
Before all this, I know you were in the military for a little while. What happened with all that? That's what I was going to ask, is anybody that you were seeing around the time that this all happened or right before? Was she a local girl from here? Who was that? Okay, so that's Ben's sister. I know Ben died from cancer, so you know, good friends.
Just that thing, pretty much doing all the relationship and doing my father.
I know you said that you don't remember having any clothes on, or having clotes, you don't remember not having clothes on. But do you remember anything specific about her, whether or not at that time she had any jewelry on, or tattoos, scars, marks? Nose ring, eye ring, earring, tongue ring. And nobody else touched you the night that you killed her? Nobody else helped you move the body until the body's out of the farm? And you and Bo were like, and you said that took a couple of days.
So we finally moved to another truck and so we went back to the next day. So got up the accident, good, spread, running over. Well, I don't know.
Okay. And you don't have any problem taking yourself there? So anything else you can think of? You think the court starts to know? Moving forward? Questions you have? And if you could tell us family one thing today. The time now is 2:19 p.m. We're going to conclude the meeting.
Your Honor, as we discussed earlier, the second interview is about 2 hours long total. My understanding is, from my reviewing it, there's only the one spot, and my understanding is that was what defense counsel, the 2 spots, they added one that defense counsel was objecting to. Are we going to watch the whole 2 hours, I guess is my question. Do whatever you want me to, but.
With the idea that only those 2 spots need to be redacted?
Yes, sir. Do you want me to play that portion, or?
No, just so we all know, though, if it pops up tomorrow, it's,
I understand, Judge.
you know, ring that bell. All right, that's, as far as the transcript goes, on those 2 matters, first would be in the second volume, page 9. I appreciate you being honest with us. That's from Agent Shoudel, lines 18 and 19.
I have times of that if the court needs it.
And then on page 11, line 6, but when Bo tells me that he sees those marks on the neck, I tend to believe him. That's coming out. That's lines 7 and 8
Yes, Your Honor.
on page 11. Okay, anything further for today? Ms. Hart?
No, Your Honor. I apologize. I said that quicker than my brain could think. Just a couple of, can we discuss scheduling? Just
Sure.
with today ending as early as it did, it sort of threw off our whole schedule for the week. I know I'd already told the court we had one witness who could not be here until Friday. We now have another witness who's supposed to come tomorrow who is unavailable Friday as well. So it would still put us ending Monday. Who's unavailable Friday would not be available till Monday. And so that would put us still ending Monday morning, but I just wanted to let the court know because I'm afraid what's going to happen now with everything shifting is that we probably only have about half a day's worth of evidence on Friday to present. I mean, I guess I could find some more witnesses to put up there to say what we've already said, but frankly, the witnesses we had intended to call that I think are the highest evidence in this case, we only have about half a day on Friday because of like I said, we just had some conflicts. We'd already scheduled to make sure we got them in before Friday tomorrow, and one of them we can still take tomorrow, someone who was unavailable Friday, but I don't believe we can get to the other one that, so I've had 2, I think, Friday morning.
Okay, you're still protected until Monday. Okay.
One more thing, Judge, and this is, I'll go and tell the court this is discretionary, but I did tell the person that I would ask. One of the, actually it's the agent who was in the room during the confession that we've watched, Agent Madison Holland. He's actually not an agent anymore. He is now, has a business of his own. He had a meeting scheduled tomorrow afternoon, and so we had scheduled it where he was going to come.
He's no longer with the GBI.
He's not an agent anymore. So he had a business meeting with his company that he owns. He is able to reschedule that if he absolutely has to, but he's unavailable Friday. So the reason I'm asking that is it would still have us ending Monday if the court would allow us to call him Monday, but then that would also have us ending early tomorrow. And I just told him I would do the best I can, but he's just said if at all possible, if he could testify Monday, that would benefit him financially, well, frankly, because of his situation of having his own company now.
What else? I mean, he was in there during the interview.
He was, yes, Your Honor.
What is the nature of his testimony?
Mostly it's going to be related to his observations of the defendant. And then also he is out there in the other video that we'll see. He's with them as they're walking around and the defendant's pointing things out. Mostly has to do with his observations of the defendant. We also anticipate that there may be, and again, this just comes from, I think, the bond hearing. I don't recall, but there was at least some allegations at some point that Agent Shoudel spoke with the defendant before this confession we've just seen and made some comments to sort of scare him into saying this. And so Agent Holland would be able to testify as he was there, and he was there before the audio was turned on to that situation if that allegation continues to be made. I know it was brought up at one of the hearings. So essentially it would just be going to his observations from this. Now he did some other acts in this case. He also obtained the defendant's, or he did the search warrant for the defendant's palm prints. So there are some things he has to testify to for our case in chief, especially the palm prints obviously is a big part of that. And again, he said if he has to, he will make it work. But I just, given that he's not in law enforcement anymore, out of courtesy, I told him I would at least ask and see what I could do. It would still have us ending Monday morning. It's not going to change that. But
y'all have any comment?
No, I'm just trying to figure out. So tomorrow there's 2 witnesses. Friday there's only 1 short one, and then Monday there would be 2.
no, we still have 3 on Friday. It would just be only morning. So tomorrow, obviously, would be Agent Shoudel. That was who was supposed to be here today. It's 3 hours worth of interviews, so that's going to take up most of the morning, and then questioning and cross-examination. So I think that will take most of the day. And then we have another agent who would be here tomorrow afternoon. That's still with the GBI.
Yeah, but Holland can't be available Friday either.
No, Your Honor. If he has to be here, he'll be here tomorrow because the other conflicts he have are not something that he could reschedule. Again, we had scheduled him to come this afternoon, and we felt like we were going to be able to get into his testimony. So
I don't think Holland's going to come Monday. Is it possible, can the Friday people fill in the gap then tomorrow?
We don't
have 3 half days?
I don't think we're going to have a half day tomorrow. I think Agent Shoudel, again, it's a 3-hour interview. I expect his direct examination to be at least an hour, and then there's cross-examination, and then we have another witness. So, I mean, we have at least 6 to 7 hours worth of testimony tomorrow. So, no, it's not like we'll have 3 half days. Tomorrow will be fairly full. Friday's the only day we would have a half day and not be finished.
You think you could get in Holland and the other GBI agent tomorrow afternoon?
If I had to, because of the limited nature of what Agent Holland has to testify to, I could make it work if I have to. Honestly, I preferred to have called him Friday, but he's just not available. So
just tell Holland to be here Monday.
Thank you, Judge. I'll say for him, I can tell you he will appreciate that. Thank you very much. He was trying to make it work.
All right.
Without knowing who they are, I don't know how long the cross-examination is. Shoudel, maybe an hour cross-examination. Holland, very little. I don't know who the other people are.
And I'll say Friday will be, I don't mind saying this, will be Ashley Hinkle, who is Crime Lab. So I expect that direct and cross-examination to last a good long time. Your Honor's already heard some of her testimony. So she's one of the main witnesses on Friday. So I think we just only have about half a day.
We'll do the best we can do with it.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate that.
All right, that was the best way to do that video. Thank you, Mr. Gibbs. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you, Judge.